Hi, Mrs. Blazing Fire. Hello, everybody that can hear me if you're not stuck in ads. Happy Sunday.
Welcome.
Hunting a remote. Okay, good luck with the remote hunt. I hope you find it soon. Pinkadot, thank you for the 160 stream streak. Hi, Acid. Welcome in. 160. I feel like you've been here ever since you first came. Which I'm like, that means I've streamed 160 times since I met you, right? Crimson, thank you for the lurk. You're pretty sure? I was like, I'm also pretty sure, but you know, like I think about how like many times a week I stream and like the weeks and everything, and then like, but then there's vacation added in. There's, you know, so it's usually like 5 streams a week. So that would be 30 weeks, something like that. It's a new person. Who is this? It is me with my haircut. Okay, so we went out like on this long walk today and I ended up getting sunburned. Just a bit of sunburn on my, well, it was like overcast and I usually always put on sunblock, and I was like, well, we're gonna be on the greenway under the trees, but then it was like, well, we'll walk into town and go to this brewery and have a beer and then take the long walk back or whatever. And of course the sun was out, but it's me with less hair on top. He's showing skin. It's his thirst trap. No, it's because it is hot. Like I just realized that I was sunburned because I was like, why am I so warm? And it's like not bad, but I think this is the first time I tried to not get sunburned, but I was like, this might be the first time this year that I got a bit of a sunburn, so I was like, I'm gonna wear my little tank top, because who knows how much longer it'll be tank top season. I guess it's always tank top season inside. So, Acid, how are you? How is your Kindle? I can't remember the like correct iteration of Kindle. Tank top season in your heart, right? It can be tank top season anytime. Like if you're inside and you have climate, what do you call that? Like your indoor climate control. Like if you have air conditioning, if you have a heater, you can set it at the perfect temperature and have a tank top on all year round. King, it's good to see you. I hope you've been having a great weekend. How was everybody's weekend? Also, Acid, have you seen Sinners? Because I saw you comment about something about Sinners. I'm doing all right. It's a Kindle Scribe. It's cute. I read half a book today. Look at you go. So you can, okay, yeah, that's right. You can, I looked it up because like you can draw in it and doodle. Excuse me. Yes, I've seen Sinners 3 times. Wow, that is a lot of times. I figured you had seen it since you'd said something about it. I liked it. I was like, well, if I watched it again, I would watch it like 1.5 speed or, yeah, I don't know. I was like, parts of it felt long, but like, I feel like they told a really good story. It's a bit long, yeah. I did doze off just a bit. Well, and that was the other thing. I had a hard time understanding some of the characters and I could not. We watch everything with subtitles, and for some reason, like the HBO app does not work well with subtitles on PlayStation 4. So I was like, I think I understand what they're saying, but I really wished I could have had subtitles on. And then I was like, I'm just going to go with the flow. Because there was something else we watched. Oh, when we went to see I Know What You Did Last Summer, I was like, I wish I had captions or subtitles because I'm having a hard time understanding what some of the characters are saying. The HBO subtitles are interesting. I wish that I could figure out how to get it to work, and I feel like it's a known issue. And I feel like I've tried like researching and then I just gave up and I was like, I just need to be better about reading lips, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, that was one thing I really, especially like at the beginning of Sinners when there's like a lot more dialogue and you're like learning about the characters. I was like, what are you saying? The audio mixes on these movies are weird. Like, let me hear people, right? And I don't know if it was just the way a lot of the characters speak or the actors speak and I Know What You Did Last Summer, but I was like, it was almost, I don't quite know how to describe it, but it was difficult for me to understand what they were saying. Like, I could understand like the feeling, but I couldn't understand the words necessarily. But yeah, we watched Sinners yesterday, and today we watched a movie called A Nice Indian Boy, and it's a gay romance / kind of comedy. And normally I don't like romance anything, but I was like, well, it's gay, I'll watch it. And it was really good. And the woman that plays the mom on the show, on the movie, she has a stand-up show also on Hulu. So I started watching her stand up, and then I was like, oop, I better go get in the shower and get ready for stream. Hi Pete, welcome in. Thanks for getting an early log on spot. Yeah, and I think it's A Nice Indian Boy. The main character, I've seen the actor, I think he was in one of the Deadpool movies. Like, I've seen him in other things. And then the other main actor is it Jesse St. James from Glee, Jonathan Groff, who was also on Looking. And that, was it Mindhunter? That was another Netflix show that I would always fall asleep during. I think the show is good, but I was like, it's kind of just plodding along and I'm sleepy, so. Looking was good. I never finished it. I am pretty sure that I did finish it, and I also watched the movie. I think we've talked about this. Was it on HBO? I wonder if I could watch it again, because I feel like it's short enough that I could be like, I could rewatch that and enjoy it. Because yeah, I do remember enjoying it, but it was like 2013 or 14 when I watched it. 2015. Sometime, it feels like a long time ago. Like a very long time ago. Yeah, A Nice Indian Boy is on Hulu, and so is the Mom's stand-up comedy. I don't know if, I'm sure the movie's on something else you could watch. That's right, that's right. I remember my crush from Damien, right? Yeah. Daniel Franzese, he is in it. I feel like he comes in season 2. But again, it's been 84 years since I watched it. And his character was like really, I felt like I loved his character. Still need him. Maybe we can call him together. We can get on the dream phone and call him. Also, hi Neen, thank you for getting your daily download. Did you ever play Dream Phone? My neighbor had that. She was an only child and she had like everything. And I told my parents, I was like, well, I pretend that I'm calling girls. And I was like, no, I really want all these hot studs to ask me out on a date. Neen, how was your weekend? How are you? I see that Silent Hill 2 is still, what a nightmare. You did play Dream Phone. There was also Mall Madness, and I was like, did she have that game? I hate that game, but I also need to know how. I understand. You were so brave and so patient to keep going through that. Bring Dream Phone back. Amen. Gay men. Men. Men everywhere. You know, I'm kind of surprised. I wonder if there is like a new edition of Dream Phone. I was not brave. I mean, that game, well, first of all, you know my feelings about Maria, and then the goddamn mannequin legs that just pop out of nowhere. I feel like it gets worse before it gets better, or it just gets worse and then worse. And then it's over. The nurses, yeah. I feel. So I was talking about this when I was playing the original Silent Hill. I feel like in the original Silent Hill 2, combat was not such a big focus, and I feel like this remake, you can't really avoid the combat. It's like a big part of the game, and I'm like, ugh. Yeah, I hear worse and yeah. I feel like I will only come across a boss after I finish each section, because it's been like that so far. I feel like that's how a lot of the Silent Hills, the 3 that I've played the original trilogy and then the 2 remakes. I guess I played 4. But I feel like that's how they're structured. Is like you explore an area, you fight a boss, it reverts back into like the regular foggy Silent Hill, and then you proceed to the next area. Be right back, gotta pick up food. Yes, it's trash food like hot dogs and burgers. Get your food on, no judgment here. We had a frozen lasagna for dinner. I did have salad with some homegrown veggies. Love food, exactly, love food. That's why I was out picking blueberries. I got like 3 million mosquito bites on my legs picking blueberries yesterday. I had pizza earlier, which felt nice. Hi Shattered, how are you? Pizza always feels nice. I love pizza. I love pizza. I need a t-shirt that says that. But yeah, it was even during the daytime and there were mosquitoes out and about all around the blueberry bushes, but you also had pizza. It was a pizza day. We had tomato sandwiches for lunch. Because we have a cornucopia of tomatoes. So we had tomatoes and then we went out for our walk. It wasn't really a hike because it was paved. An urban hike. Thank you so much for the 230 stream streak, Mrs. Blazing Fire. I'm dancing it out in my heart. Hello, I'm doing good. Thanks. Spent the day out with the friends. Felt nice to get out of the apartment for a bit. Good. Yeah, I needed to get out today too. Diva, that's called walking. When I lived in Seattle, I'd be like, I'm taking us on an urban hike because I don't know where we're going, and there were hills. But I had some hills today. But yeah, I posted a picture of just one part of the Greenway in the Discord because like that area that I posted was like decking, and then that whole area was underwater when Helene happened, and so they've opened like one of the restaurants, but I think the rest of the businesses are still closed. And I'm like, maybe we should stop putting places down here in this river that can flood. But what do I know? What do I know? And then it was all uphill to the downtown, and that's why I got this like the sun on my neck. So I have a red neck today, which I never ever wanted to have, but it's okay. Steffi, hello, how are you? I thought about you last night. I was like, maybe I'll play some Debbie Delight, but then I didn't. I just played my RPG. I've been focusing in. I'm actually further than I've ever been. I've started this RPG twice before, and I said, you know what, this is the time I stick with it. And it's not that I don't really like it, it's just it's on PlayStation 4, and Nate's usually playing PlayStation 4. So, it's a good thing because I didn't get home. What were you out doing? What were you out doing till 11? You had a long... Wait, maybe you were working. I was like, Steffi was out in a limousine, popping some champagne, cruising around. You went to your brother's after work for dinner. Oh, well, I hope you had a good dinner. What'd y'all have for dinner? Tell me about the food. Tell me about the food situation, please. Too old to be popping anything, BB? Listen, we have to be pee-popping for the Killers and Dead by Daylight. We had homemade General... Nice! Lamo. Sounds tasty. So what did I have for dinner last night? Poppin' Ginnies, exactly. When I think of Poppin' Ginnies, I'm like, does that mean you didn't do the skill check and it just explodes in your face? Okay, y'all ready for this new chapter of Scarlet Hollow? Episode 4 awaits. If you'd like to save before I already did save. Okay, so we're gonna get a recap, so don't you even worry about it. I love this game. I do too. I was like thinking how narratively heavy Tuesday night felt, and I was like, maybe it's a good thing that like episode 5 isn't out yet, because I'm like, I feel like I need a bit of a breather. Well, it's also just a lot of reading, which normally I do in my mind, but you know, I like to read it out loud for everybody. Can't take all the credit, my brother made it. Steffi, your spirit was infused into that chicken. Yay, recap. Okay, I also turned the volume in this game compared to Resident Evil 4 is wild, like the volume level. So just, Yak, I know you'll let me know. I can't do games with a lot of reading because I don't read and my ADD kicks in. See, maybe, well, normally I'm a speed reader. Like I took 3 semesters of speed reading, and when I read in my brain, I'm just like, flying through stuff. But then when you actually have to speak it, I feel like it slows me down. Okay, here we go. Continue. Note the decision you made in episode 3 bears heavy physical consequences, and a visual reminder of those consequences will follow you for the rest of the game. You can reduce the intensity of this visual reminder or remove it entirely at any point. Okay, so if y'all, well, we'll see in the recap what happened. Oh my god, I'm not ready for this. Yes, I'd like to see a recap. Yes, please give a full recap. Full recap, buckle up. The funeral of Pearlie and Scarlet, your cousin's mother and aunt, seem like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out, just like my knees. So what do you say? Want to tag along? Hold the camera for me while I narrate against a darkening sky, that sort of thing? You'll leak those words when I'm come carrying a mountain lion corpse out of the woods at dawn. A single deer remains behind, staring down the beam of Stella's flashlight while Gretchen whines and pulls at her harness, the testicle deer. Duke grapples with the thing as it grabs at his shotgun, pushing the barrel out of the way as it grasps for a birdie with oddly jointed limbs, while Stella stares in shocked silence as if paused, watching as the other creature attempts to wrestle Gretchen into the darkness, her desperate cries going unheeded. An ice Slade. Its flesh is doughy and structureless, like a loosely packed sausage. Your foot leaves an imprint in its chest, and it stumbles back, clutching at the odd wound. See, this is what I would have done to E.T. If I ever ran into E.T. in the wild, I would do a Slayer kick on E.T. Get away from me. Your aim is flawless. And it strikes the creature square in its wretched face, lodging itself in its... I'd also throw a rock at E.T. What's up? E.T. is a horror movie. Someone say loose sausage. You know, not the floppy sausage. Oh god, that thing looks like how I feel in the mornings. Caved in, weathered, shriveled. It scrambles back, its movements uncoordinated in its blindness, leaving Gretchen unharmed. I wasn't that scared of E.T., but I was so scared of Yogurt from Spaceballs. I would Resident Evil 4 Leon kick him into another galaxy far, far away. Wait, is Yogurt the Yoda in Spaceballs? Wait, so are you also afraid of Yoda? It has seen, but he's been through it. Listen, they were trying to get poor sweet Gretchen. Gretchen is a 17-year-old lady. I didn't see Spaceballs until I was older. I saw E.T. when I was probably, I don't know, 5 or 6. No, I don't know why I was so afraid I wouldn't sleep. Yeah, that's me and E.T. and also that cover of the Mary Higgins Clark book. Scared the shit out of me. Welcome home. My grandmother used to talk about pale creatures called ditchlings. She always said they were a terrible omen, a sign of suffering to come. I'm going to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. But listen, you'd better stay out of trouble today. I want you home by sunset. I don't want to hear complaints. Just do what I ask and we won't have any more problems. Tabitha takes a few steps towards the door. Sunset. Before the sun sets on the 3rd day. Wow, that is some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. I'm going to keep my ears open for you. The diner's where everyone comes to gossip, so I hear a lot about what goes on around here. Daryl, I'm doing well today. I just got a little bit of a sunburn, but it's okay. How are you? How was your weekend? How you doing? I've yet to see E.T., but I remember when I was like 8-ish, we were at Universal Studios and my cousin convinced me that I couldn't go on the E.T. ride because I didn't know how to ride a bike. But you probably don't have to ride a bike, do you? You just sit on a bike, maybe? I don't know. I didn't go on the E.T. ride. Well, I went to the Universal Studios in Orlando when I was in high school. And that's when I was coerced into going onto the Jaws ride, and it was me with my head between my knees, taking deep breaths and like trying to not cry. She's a bossy when I'm coming around to Tabitha. Tabitha has a lot of layers. Tabitha is Shrek. Tabitha is the Shrek of this game. No, you just sit on a bike-shaped seat, but I didn't know. I was attacked by a demon shark and Dredge today. Wait. Are you playing? Is that in the DLC? I was like, did I ever I got attacked by enough things to be terrified. Oh, I would give anything to be on the Jaws ride. Well, you're probably going to have to give a lot of money because I think it closed down. I'm not sure. I've been to Universal Studios once. We were there for a competition. I was there for an international competition with my DECA group. Dredge is so scary for a game that isn't overtly scary. It is, yeah, Dredge is like a really, I would say that cozy horror, because I was like, I'm going to control it to where I'm not out after dark. But then I was like, well, I kind of want to be to caption stuff. It's only in Japan now. Okay. All right, Shattered. Well, if you get to Japan, it sounds like you get to write it. Have either of you seen Rosalina around town? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I wanted to make sure she isn't getting into trouble out there. Well, let me tell you something, Oscar. Hi, Dr. Kelly. We were wondering if it would be okay if Reese could come hang out? Nothing strenuous, we promise. Whatever you two have planned is probably beyond what he can manage right now, anyways. I am the only person in this town who truly cares about your safety. Don't forget that. Why is this person wearing a veil? Are they getting married? Even if it's already too late to stop what's going to happen. Gotta feed this demon puppy. Okay. Get that baby some food. You're interrupted by a sudden movement out of the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill. Happy Sunday, Bri. How are you doing? She didn't. I guess the old Maxwell place doesn't cut it as a secret hangout spot these days. But the Shaw Mine, that place was shut down like 100 years ago. After a collapse that killed over 100 people. You pull out your phone and dial your cousin. What is it? You know I'm in a meeting. A kid just snuck into the Shaw Mine. I figured you should know. What? Are you serious? Why do things keep happening to me? I have that quoted in my reminders on Discord. Why do things keep happening to me? Pretty good. How was your day? My day was good. Got some cleaning done, had a tomato sandwich for lunch, went out for a long walk, had a couple of beers at a local brewery, came home, and what else did I do? Ate some dinner, watched some TV, watched a movie. I went for a 6-mile walk and then started decorating for Halloween. I love that. Bri, I wish I could teleport into your house and see all of your decorations. Look at you go. What kind of beers? It was, what was it called? Marzen? It was called a Marzen, and it was like an autumnal ale. It was a lighter, like not as like, it wasn't an IPA. I can't remember like if they called it a specific thing. It was called a Marzen, and it was really good. And I was like, oh, I might have something else. And then I was like, no, that was so good. I'll have that one again. Whatever. I'll head over there as soon as I can. Just stay where you are and wait for me, all right? God, I don't even know why I'm trying to reason with you. It's not like you'll listen. My dad is a foreman at the continuous mining facility, and he says they only abandoned this mine because there wasn't enough coal left, so it's actually really safe, and we can hang out here whenever we want. Correction, your father was a foreman at the continuous mining facility. We'll see if he even has a job tomorrow morning. My dad says our house is haunted. Kanika is interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. Wait a second, where'd 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? There is something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it. You can feel it in your chest like the deep growl of a predator. What do you think you're doing? Get away from there. Your cousin dives towards you, but not before the light from your phone illuminates the chamber. Charles, are you all right? Wait, Becca and Alexis are still down there. You can't just leave them here. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. Oopsies cadoopsies. The 3 of you manage to squeeze through the entrance just as the walls of the mine come crashing down. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. There are 2 of them now. Oh yeah, the opossums are growing a family in my drawer. One of my drawers. As you ready to leave, Janie approaches from the far side of the kitchen. Tabitha remains between the 2 of you, impatiently tapping her foot. Oh, Charles, before you go, I heard about what happened last night. I mean, I heard about it before Miss Tabitha mentioned it just now, and then I heard it again. I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry you got caught up in that. I'll be praying for those poor kids. I can't imagine how scared they must be. Well, they brought it on themselves. Morning, is the new blend ready? Of course. Charles, if you'd like to keep Miles company, Tabitha and I will be just be a minute. Well, oh yeah, Acid, you made it back for your favorite. Powerful build. You've never seen the man beside Duke before, but whoever he is, he's big. If it ain't Charles, Bo, this is Miss Scarlet's cousin. He was there with Stella that night in the woods. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. My name is Bo. I'm Duke's boy. Hope you've been faring better since all that unpleasantness. My ma'am. My ma'am? Tabitha stops in front of a small house on the quiet hill just off Main Street. The Scarlets own most of the houses out here. We rent them out to employees. Just more convenient, you know? Your cousin pulls out a heavy set of keys from her pockets. She picks out one marked with a bright strip of green tape and unlocks the door. Come on in, don't worry, it's empty. Yep, he's it. Oh yeah, we met the mayor, Mayor Jimmy. You can tell this dog is the mayor from his little sash and his fancy top hat. There's a regal air about him, almost as if he knows the position of authority he's been elected to. Before you can catch up to your companions, you're intercepted by a nervous man with a cross around his neck. Sounds like old Gretchen and the mayor may have some unresolved issues, wouldn't you say? I'm Pastor Daniel. I take it you're Charles. Everyone's been buzzing about you. I'm so sorry about your aunt, but I'm sure she's in a better place now. If you'd ever like to discuss your beliefs, my door is always open. The basement is what you might expect out of a tortured artist who spends all his time confined to his studio. Discarded canvases line its edges, while trash and sketches leak out from their piles in the corners of the room, hiding the bare cement floor. Ghoulish faces coat the walls in paint, sneering out at their creator. Your mom is so scary. She can be a little intense, kind of overprotective, which I guess makes sense. Oh yeah, that dinner was, yeah, we have the intense dinner to relive all over again where I accused her of Munchausen by proxy. Anyway, make yourselves comfortable. You'll have to forgive the mess. I've been distracted lately. Haven't been cleaning much. Bessie, welcome in. Thanks for getting your daily download. Right, oh, I am making a whole table for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Right, if you would take a picture, and if you want to take a picture and share, I would love to see that. I was just talking about Texas Chainsaw Massacre the other day and how over it, Sally Hardesty, how over it she was at like all of the windows she like runs out of and jumps out of in that movie. I will once it's finished. Okay, perfect. Something to look forward to. Dinner is already laid out. Dinner rolls, spaghetti, and a light salad. Kanika anxiously picks at her food. Stella is nervously talkative, and Reese is suddenly quiet and tense, his shoulders tight as his mother perches on the chair next to his. Dr. Kelly eyes all of you with a sharp, fierce gaze. I did see that movie. I'm trying to remember when and where I watched it. I feel like I need to rewatch it, though, because I feel like I watched it late, and it was, you know, dozing off. But from what I remember, I did not have a good feeling about it. You saw it on Netflix. Yeah, I think we watched it with Nate's sister and her husband last year around Halloween. It wasn't the great. Yeah, that's from what I remember. I think I still need to rewatch. I don't think I finished the beginning where the girl inherits the house. It was not a Netflix. I think it had been released to theaters. But it has the girl with the really, really pretty eyes. The woman with the really, really pretty eyes. Anyway, there's some more Texas Chainsaw Massacres. It had millennials in it. Well, I feel like this one that I'm thinking of had millennials in it too. So we were talking about maybe watching a movie sometime this week while Charles is still in town. We'll have to see how you're feeling. I can handle a movie, Doc. Yeah, we'll just sit downstairs in the dark. Reese is used to that. I'm sure he'll be okay. You're always overestimating how much you're able to do, Reese. This is why you keep getting sick. If I get sick, so what? It's not like that's ever going to change. I'm sick every day and I'm not getting it better. I don't want to spend the last few miserable years of my life holed up in the basement alone, just because seeing my friends has been deemed too strenuous. I'm an adult, for God's sake. I can't believe I have to ask for permission from my mom just to have friends over. Reese stops mid-sentence, wincing in pain and wrapping himself in his arms. Don't say things like that. I'm doing everything I can to try and fix. Silence as Dr. Kelly's eyes shoot open. Reese? Reese abruptly pulls himself from the table and leaves. Hey, you're here sooner than I expected. Hope dinner went okay. Hey, hope I'm not too late. Have I missed any creepy paranormal stuff? Oscar and Kanika startle as the door swings open. Seems I made it just in time. Let's get this show on the road. I don't have all night. Whoa. This is where I've seen it. It appears on top of the stain. Stella pulls back the carpet, revealing a hatch, the floor around it stained in reddish brown. I'm going for it. Wait, do you hear music? Movement stirs as a figure cloaked in shadows rises to attention. Stella? There you are. I would have found you sooner, but the resident clearly doesn't want me here. It doesn't seem to have the same issue with these miserable little parasites. Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? Oh shit, what is this? This is like some kind of haunted realm that Tabitha and I went into, where we learned the backstory. The sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. One of you must forfeit. It doesn't matter which. Bullshit. I hope I didn't come too late. It wants something, doesn't it? And I think you know which of you should volunteer. You must be joking. You take a step towards the light. Sybil is right here. Please don't do this. You wordlessly step into the spotlight. I'm so sorry, Charles. I don't think I can talk right now. I'll call you, okay? She hurries off down the road. Before I go, Sybil places a hand on your arm, holding you back for a moment. I'm sure you have questions after everything you saw tonight and about what's happened to you, but let's not get into it here. I think everyone could use a little rest and relaxation right now, yourself included. If you swing by the tea room sometime tomorrow, say early afternoon, you and I can have a little chat. I'll see you then, Charles. You don't even notice yourself entering the guest room and falling into bed. Suddenly, you're just there, buried under your family's musty covers. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. has been put to rest at the expense of unknown years of your life. The specter of the night's events will linger over you for every day you have left, a grim reminder of the price you willingly paid for the crimes of a family you never met. Maybe it'll be easier in the morning. Maybe your joints will ache just a little less than they do now. Maybe you can still right the capsized ship of your now broken life. Or maybe things will only get worse from here. Yeah, it aged me so many years. Or maybe, okay, wake up, because there's like this crust, this bloody splatter around the screen now. You open your eyes, it's a new day, and you feel like shit. You were hoping some of your strength would return to you after a good night's sleep, but you feel just as drained as when you dug yourself out of that shallow grave. Your limbs are heavy, and your heart struggles to keep up with your movements. You feel like you've lost something that was important to you. Your thoughts drift to the countless hours you've spent pushing your body to its physical limits. It's as though the peak of a mountain you've been climbing your entire life has been sawn off, leaving you to contemplate a disappointing plateau. What have I done? This is great. I can't wait to finally be dead. I have no strong opinions on what happened last night. I did what had to be done. Yes, you did what had to be done. Who knows what would have happened had you left that ghost behind to fester. Couldn't we have just burned the house down? I mean, they can't haunt a pile of rubble. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine. But your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Is it Daddy Oscar? Hey, just wanted to check in. Hope you're doing okay. Heart. Also, wanted to ask if you've heard from Stella? You check your messages. There's nothing from Stella. Let's call Stella. No, let's just text her. Send Stella a photo of a nervous puppet. Hey, I'm kind of worried about after you ran off last night. Text me as soon as you get the chance. Kanika and I are pretty worried about you. Please respond. I'm going to say that. You wait for a few silent minutes. Your message sits undelivered. Okay, well, if it's undelivered, I mean, maybe we should try calling. You dial Stella. Hey, what's up? Haha, just kidding. I'm not able to come to the phone right now. This is actually a recording of my voice. It isn't really me. Technology, huh? Anyways, leave me a message or don't. I never check this thing. The mailbox is full and can't accept messages at this time. Hate that. Yeah, me too. I haven't heard from her either. That's not good. I think we should try looking for her. Let's meet up in town. Looks like you have your morning plans, but no, I want to flirt with Oscar. Let's visit the opossum. You open the drawers. The two opossums stare up at you. They both have a bread now. That's nice. I'm gonna wave at them. You wave at them. They continue to stare up at you blankly in response. Okay, bye. Bye, babies. You close the drawers. This is their home now, and there's nothing you can do to change that. I'm gonna take a shower. Yeah, let's have a little nice show. You step in. Oh, hopefully we don't fall. At least they didn't play dead that time. Yeah, at least they were just, you know, having a little brunch. The hot water soothes your aching joints. Despite the state of the bathroom, the shower is a good place. As it rinses your body clean, you... My mind is a blank slate. I think about nothing. Think about someone... I'm going to think about someone special. Oscar, the shy and handsome town librarian. He and his daughter finally have their house back. Those sacrifices had to be made for that to happen. You should pay them a visit today. What if Oscar thinks I'm ugly now? I know. Okay, I wish that I had shown the choice that we made where, because I said Oscar was like, I can't believe you did this, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, I did it to help so-and-so and to close the age gap between us. So, let's check in the closet. Oh, you make your way to the closet. The doll is up. There's no denying it. The doll moved at some point since your most recent visit. But your long-dead relative's creepy doll isn't the only thing that's different. Someone was in here? Well, what the fuck? Was Wayne in there? Something to mull over for the rest of the day. It's time to face your cousin. Let's go see Tabitha. You find her in the kitchen, her shoulders hunched in a tight ball of anxiety. You're striking, this week, of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. Do you want me to help smooth things over? I'm pretty good at negotiating. People always help me out with stuff like this if I ask nicely. Wait, do you think that's because you're good at negotiating? Has nobody told you that it's because you're... Never mind. What, gay? Look, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure that's the sort of thing you'd be able to pull off. Even if they didn't already know you're my cousin, you getting involved would be a great way to throw gasoline on a fire. This is my problem to fix. Your only job is to stay safe until the funeral is over. So that's why the Ditchlings are here. They were predicting the strike. Do you know what the strikers even want? I haven't seen a list of demands. I'm sure it's just the usual. I promise you that if any one of them were in my shoes for a month, they'd be singing a different tune. You're in a really difficult spot right now. Yeah, I am. Hopefully it'll all be over soon. Famous last words. I don't think that the ditchlings were predicting the strike. Like, that seems silly to me. Let's see. The ghosts are real. I still can't get over that. I can. What does that actually change about anything? You're a Scarlet. You are probably going to die young anyways, and I still have a mind to run. Maybe we should never have come back here. I didn't think making a deal with a ghost would feel so physically bad. I thought I was making a metaphorical trade. I mean, it feels good, doesn't it? Getting rid of something our family left behind like that. Ditchlings are a sign of impending doom. Yeah, and the doom is that I aged. The doom is that I got older. Okay, sounds good, Yak. You have no one to blame for this but yourself. I wanted to leave. You refused. Who just goes and makes a deal with an angry ghost? Why would anyone do something like that? Have you heard anything from Stella? I can't get a hold of her. No, but that's not exactly newsworthy. I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. Any news about the trapped kids? We have confirmation of at least one voice down there, and the boys have been digging around the clock. I don't think it'll be long before we can put all this unpleasantness behind us. Of course, that hasn't stopped the kid's mom from being on my ass nonstop. I'm doing everything I can, but she's the kind of person who needs someone to blame. And I'm an easy target. If the mine's in trouble, you should just sell it and sell the estate. Get out while you still can. Yeah, just get out of here. Tabitha bristles. I'm not giving up like that. This is the Scarlet Mine. I'm not just going to cash out on our family's legacy. I'm bringing the mine back to life one way or another. Okay, but does she not remember that we saw our ancestor kill the man that was her, like, lover? Like, babes, maybe our family doesn't need a legacy. Maybe it should end with us. Like, let's go. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. Well, yeah, don't tell me what to do. I'm older now. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? Don't tell me what to do, Tabitha. Tabitha slips past you, her heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. Time to figure out the rest of your day. Let's fuel up with a quick PB&J. Tiny, thank you for the lurk. If Stella's MIA, who knows when you'll get the chance to eat, and who knows just how much your new affliction will affect your appetite. You make yourself a PB&J in anticipation for the long day. You know what, I feel like... And that's that, and just like that, the woman was on her own. She's like, don't... just fucking don't. I feel like we should eat some of her macaroni and cheese. Like, honestly, I gave up years of my life. I deserve some boxed macaroni and cheese. Some shitty chemical cheese powder. And some butter. There's a cat on the counter. That's Frou Frou. That is Frou Frou, Tabitha's cat, who I've attempted to pet, but does not like interacting with me. Well, she slept on my feet one night. It's time to head to town. You head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below. The birds sound different today, muffled like your ears are full of cotton. The dull sun shines down on the surrounding wilderness, seeming to wash the color from the world. No, BB, I'll make you homemade mac and cheese using only your favorite cheese. Okay, Steffi. If you want to get married, I'm yours. That sounds amazing. I haven't made homemade mac and cheese in a long time. Okay, but there are ditchlings. Is that a butt? Is that a ditchling butt over here? There's a ditchling. There's something. I have some Gruyere. I should try it in mac. Yes, you should. Try all the cheeses. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not blue cheese. But you're adjusting. Already your body is starting to accept the change that has come over it, to accept that this is how things will be from here on out. If Nate's down, I'm down, but only love, support, and companionship. Listen, we listen and we don't judge. Love, support, and companionship sounds like, it reminds me of the Hex Girl song where they're like, earth, wind, fire, and air. But wind and air are the same thing. But now I'm like, love, support, and companionship. Blue cheese is for salad and steak. And burgers. We listen and don't judge. Or we just don't judge out loud, because I feel like your brain judges no matter what. And wings. Yes. If I get boneless buffalo wings, I enjoy a nice blue cheese. You can't help but feel countless eyes watching you from the tree line. A feeling that reminds you of your time in the woods with Stella. Ditchlings shouldn't be out in the middle of the day, though. They're getting bolder. To your surprise, you find a familiar face making its way up the path towards you. Hey, I was just coming up to see you. Hope you were able to get some sleep after everything that happened last night. They don't say anything about your appearance, but you can see them take you in, the light of day revealing your new features clearly for the first time. They smile. Clearly they like what they see. Oh. Initiate Costco run. The real deal Gruyere can be found there. The real deal Gruyere can be found there. You doing okay? The ghost may have stolen my youthful good looks, but it couldn't take my hotness. My bone structure could never be laid low by mere aging. The ghost may have stolen my youthful good looks, but it couldn't take my hotness. My bone structure could never be laid low by mere aging. You got that right. What doesn't kill you makes you hotter, right? So good to see your lovely face first thing in the morning. Right back at you. You were on my mind a lot last night. It was? I don't think I'll ever forget seeing the sunrise this morning. Not just because it meant I'd survived the night after all, but because it meant I was closer to being able to see you again. Okay, I know I said I was going... Well, I'm gonna just go after both of the people that I want. Yeah, Genuine Gruyere from Switzerland has a little AOP badge on the packaging. And so far, I've seen it at Costco. Alright, y'all, you heard it here first. If you need Genuine Gruyere, Costco. If you can't find it at your local grocery store, maybe check Costco. There's ditchlings everywhere now, even though it's daytime. Avery turns to survey the tree line. I noticed a few on my way up. They're kind of funny now that I'm getting a good look at them, with their scrunched up little Shar-Pei faces. So, should I be worried about these things? I know they're a bad omen or something, but like, are they dangerous? You're not going to eat me if I take a wrong turn, right? No, but you might get some eggs laid in your skin. Does anyone in town have a flamethrower? Oh, is that all they do? That doesn't sound too bad. I think I could survive a parasitic larva or two. Just glad being eaten alive isn't on the table. I mean, is getting a parasite like that really any different than being eaten alive? They're still eating you, just more slowly and from the inside. Sure, I get where you're coming from, but that's a pretty big difference. If a mountain lion gets me, that's kind of just it, you know? I'm sure the wonders of modern medicine would be able to yank a couple of eggs out of me. Heck, maybe I'd even be able to let the eggs hatch instead of just having them removed. It'd be sad to kill the babies, but at the end of the day, if it's me or them, I gotta go with self-preservation. Is it terrible to say it would be kinda neat to grow a weird little... Okay, I don't like that. That makes me feel uncomfortable. I get that. Being eaten sounds really bad. I was wondering when you finally say something really weird, I knew you seemed too normal to live here. Normal's boring. Hope that's not a deal breaker. Neen, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Speaking of 5, here in about 5 minutes, we're going to take a little break. means the product is coming from the original place it was made in. I know you can find in Publix that this stuff can be strong. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had that. I'm like, have you seen Alien, right? Have you seen Alien, Avery? Because I don't want anything to be put inside of my body. How are you doing today? Are you doing okay after last night? I'm great. With something like possession, I kind of feel like there are more upsides than downsides. There aren't a lot of people out there who can say they've been through something like that. It's a pretty cool badge of honor as far as I'm concerned. I've been possessed, ask me how. Have you heard anything from Stella? I haven't heard from her, though we don't text much, and I haven't checked with Winnie to see if she came in for an early breakfast or anything. But if you haven't heard from her, that doesn't sound great. Seeing her like that last night was awful. She's usually so unflappable. Kanika and I are meeting up to look for Stella. Wanna come? Absolutely. I told Winnie I'd be coming in late today, so I've got time. I don't know how much time, though. From what I saw this morning, the diner is hopping. It's absolutely packed with miners. Coal miners. They must be using it as a home base for the strike. Oh, by the way, there's a strike going on. I'm sure you already know that, though. Have to imagine Tabitha would have told you this morning. Let's head to town. Yeah, good idea. You and Avery start back down the path to town. Good night, Starmark. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Yo, Stella. Stella! The General EU. Balsamic vinegar is an example of another PDO food. I have some balsamic vinegar. I wonder if it has the PDO thing on it. It isn't long until you once again find yourself on the main street of Scarlet Hollow. Charles, you made it! And you picked up an Avery along the way. Hope you're both doing okay, like, emotionally. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Better after seeing Charles. Wink. Steffi, I'd love to know what you want to try. That's good. I feel like I got crushed by a steamroller or something. Joints all out of whack, totally exhausted and super foggy. Mom has been insisting I caught a cold, and I wasn't buying it, but as of this morning, I've come around. It's definitely something beyond exhaustion, even considering the ridiculously stressful week we've all had. But I'm not going to let that stop me from looking for Stella. Yeah, Crimson, go right on ahead. Thank you for asking. I don't want to flirt with Kanika. I mean, I was like, I do love your style, but I don't want to flirt with you. A peach pizza with some prosciutto and some balsamic vinegar and arugula with some moz. Steffi, that sounds interesting. I would try that. I would maybe leave off the prosciutto personally, but I feel like the flavors together would be really good. Steffi, I feel like we could make this. We could make this in the kitchen together. Come to Steffi and Charles's kitchen of delicious foods. Chat is always so educational, right? I'm either getting hungry from chat or I'm learning from chat. Through a little salt from the moz sticks. Okay, actually, I feel like either or. Okay. Either or, so then I go with the arugula. Now these peaches, like would you have like roasted the peaches? And are you gonna put like a white sauce? Or just, I'm trying to think about this. Okay, we're gonna take a quick little break while I think about this pizza. I'll see you all in just a few. Thinly sliced peaches. Okay, yeah, thinly sliced peaches. But then they get baked, right? And then with red marinara. I feel like that's a lot of flavors. Maybe, I'm thinking of maybe just like an olive oil. Like maybe, I don't know, I would try all of these. gonna try all of these iterations. We can find the perfect combination. Okay, BRB. Welcome back, y'all. Hope you had a nice break. Prosciutto is another PDO food. We're learning tonight. Thank you for the welcome back. Okay. Do you still think there could be a rational explanation for all of this? I'm supposed to see your mom at some point today. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on things. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told all of us last night. Maybe she's going to read your fortune. After last night, I wouldn't doubt that she actually could. Your mom's always had a bit of that Glinda vibe going for her. Yeah, maybe I should stop making fun of her whole new age mystic thing. A lot's happened in the past couple of days. I need to take a page out of Stella's book and just block this shit out. I need to be focused. I can't keep having all these existential crises. There'll be plenty of time for tea after we found Stella. Alpine cheeses. Same with Asiago. I feel like Asiago, at least in my experience, is more common out and about. But I'm also saying that as, like, I worked at Panera where we had Asiago cheese bagels. I don't know if I've had Comte, but I love Gruyere and Asiago. Yeah, I was like, I don't think I've had that either. Do you still think there could be a rational explanation for all of this? Kanika sighs heavily. Rational? Sure. Rooted in the reality that, until a few days ago, I thought was devoid of all magic and supernatural shit? No. Ghosts are real. They can suck you into illusory dimensions and puppet your body like a fleshy marionette. Next thing you know, we'll find out there's a secret society of warlocks running the country, or that angels are real. You gotta admit, it's kind of thrilling, isn't it? Anything could be possible. Who knows what the new day holds for all of us? It would be a little more thrilling if it weren't terrifying. All the magical stuff we found so far just wants to hurt us. We need a magical being that's on our side. Where are the magical girls when you need them? Kanika, your mom's totally a witch, right? Maybe she's the magical girl. Maybe one of us will discover our magical potential soon. That would be neat. I hope so. This town is getting to be way too much for normal humans to handle. My money's on Charles. It's only when he showed up that all this stuff really kicked off. That seems like magic material. Or maybe your mom. She's kind of witchy. Nah, she's more a new agey crystals and herbs kind of lady, not straight up magic. If magic is real, I don't see why it would be stored in a bunch of rocks, no matter how colorful. But what I do know, I thought ghosts weren't real until one grabbed me by the bones. Is someone manning the general store while we go looking for Stella? Screw the general store. Mom can deal. Whoa, did I miss something? You good, Kanika? Just some family drama. I'm sure I was going to take a sick day anyway. I don't want to infect the entire town with whatever cold this is. Instead, I'll just infect both of you and whoever else we come across while looking for Stella. Are y'all sure we need to go looking for Stella? She's a grown woman. She's allowed to be by herself if she wants. Let's not forget that Wayne threatened her last night. You don't think he actually followed through on that, do you? I've been trying not to think about it. Does anyone know what happened to that guy? Some kind of accident or something? Mom says he's sick, and I don't doubt that he is. But with all the weird magic stuff going on, I'm starting to wonder if it's a normal illness or something else. Okay, let's get started. I don't want to waste another minute. Where to first? Hey Blazing Fire, how are you doing? You don't have either Publix or Whole Foods. We have to go all the way to Asheville or Winston-Salem for Whole Foods. All about those cheeses. We should go to the cops, right? Well, actually, we're just looking for Stella. Okay, let's go to Stella's house. Let's just go to her house. Good place to start. Maybe she just slept in. That's what I'm hoping. I would have gone already, but I was kind of nervous about doing anything by myself today. Just in case I ran into yet another horror from beyond the veil or whatever. Relatable. You make your way towards Stella's house. Kanika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. Your protective instincts set in and the muscles in your arms tighten, your shoulders straightening. If danger lurks ahead, you're ready for it. Feeling a little under the weather today, but making some dinner as well. Well, I hope that your dinner gives you some energy and that you feel better soon. I have to check the Asheville Whole Foods and see if they have... Oh, that's right, you were talking about French ham. Was that just last week? Did I miss anything good? Well, we flirted with Avery, and then we ran into Kanika, and now we're at Stella's house because nobody's heard from Stella. And we just want to check in on our friend. She's dead. I'm not from around here. Is it normal for people to leave their doors open? I've left my patio door open on occasion, usually when I'm home, but I've had squirrels take that as an invitation one too many times and bust in to take a few bites out of my plants, so even I keep my doors closed. It's bad enough that they go after everything in the community garden, but to come into my house and help themselves to my precious leafy babies, the squirrels of Scarlet Hollow are my only true enemies. And Stella would definitely know better than to leave her door wide open like this, especially considering the ditchling situation. Might as well invite ourselves in, right? Yeah, we should go in. Cool, I'll be brave and go first. Avery casually steps over the threshold into Stella's house. Okay, I don't know. I guess this is a house in the distance, but I was also like, is this a little dog house? Is this Gretchen's, like, dog palace? The squirrels at my college will jump on tables and grab your food. Pinkadot, that was the same at my college. I guess people, like, would just hang out and feed them, which, you know, you're told not to do. And so the squirrels were, like, very bold and very aggressive. You missed me. Blaze and fire, that's perfect. I love that. I wish I thought about that. The most sold sandwich outside of hamburgers in France is the jambon beurre, a ham and butter sandwich. The most sold sandwich outside of hamburgers and oh, okay. So hamburgers are like the top thing, and then the second thing is this ham and butter. Here it's the chipmunks. They're so greedy. There's like the chipmunks at Mount Rainier. If you try to have a picnic, they will run up onto your picnic table. I got robbed by squirrels at a golf course in Myrtle Beach. That's because you're at a golf course. They said, oh, who's this little rich person at the golf course? What you got here? What kind of foods you got? What kind of money do you have? What food do you have? I was grabbing for a controller. Yeah, did you have to, I'm like imagining you like slamming on the gas pedal in the golf cart, and there's like a herd of squirrels just like chasing you. Don't let him escape. And you're just like flying over the golf mounds. Only played because my dad wanted me to. Well, that was nice of you to agree. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other way to avoid squirrels. Actually, today when we were walking, there was a squirrel like on the limb, and I was like, what if it poops? Like, or like drops something on my head. In Brevard, they have white squirrels. A group of squirrels is called a nut. So there is a big nut coming after you. Or just a nut. Yeah, but you know what Half Moon Joe says, people pleasing is lying. So you're lying. So what you're saying is you lie. Don't we all? I mean, I've battled squirrel/chipmunk problems with hot sauce. Yeah. Some cayenne powder. If it would stay on stuff. What does squirrel poop look like? I think it's kind of small, like a Tootsie Roll. They jumped in the car and took my unopened peanut butter crackers. When I approached them, they dropped it and I gave them a cracker for their trouble. You're like, you worked so hard at this. Here you go. And birds don't perceive spice. Birds don't have the taste buds for the spice. Whatever happened to Stella, it doesn't look like it happened here. Doesn't look like there was a struggle or anything, unless it happened in another room. Or maybe someone or something caught her off guard. You didn't have to add that last part. I'm going to forget that you said that and just be thankful that this doesn't look like a crime scene. Let's investigate Stella's room. Let's investigate the kitchen first, I guess. Stella's kitchen is slightly messy. A couple cabinets are hanging open and a loaf of bread sits on the counter by a used butter knife. Is Stella's kitchen normally this messy? I wouldn't call this messy. It's a little messy. If this is a little messy, I don't want to know what you'd call my room. We don't want to see your room. I wasn't judging. There's nothing wrong with a little mess. May I look at this picture of Gretchen above the sink? Or a lot of mess. We're getting off track. Stella's house has always felt a little sterile to me. This feels a little too lived in, if that makes sense. Though maybe that's just because I've only ever been over when she was already expecting me. Maybe this is just a rare peek behind the curtain at the real Stella. The cat sponge holder, yeah, the cat sponge holder is very cute. The real Stella should call her friends and let them know she's okay. Okay, let's investigate Stella's room. Oh. You make your way down the hall to what you assume to be Stella's room. She's not here. Though it's a little untidy, it's the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. I better not hear a single comment about this room being messy. I wasn't going to say anything. Okay, check her computer. I'm not sure we should be snooping on her computer. Isn't that an invasion of privacy? We already broke into her house, right? For all we know, there could be some sort of clue on there, like a note detailing exactly where she is. We didn't break into her house. The door was left wide open. Well, maybe the computer was left open too. If Stella didn't want us to snoop, she shouldn't have gone missing. I don't make the rules. She shouldn't have gone missing. Believe it or not, there's another mammal that enjoys spice. Pygmy shrews. Pygmy nuthatch. Let's see if it's password protected before we make a fuss about it. If there isn't a password, it's almost like she wants us to snoop. Cat, I am okay today. How are you? I'm trying to decide. Well, maybe the computer was left open too. Exactly. If there isn't a password, maybe we're supposed to take a peek. Maybe we'll find the first note in an elaborate scavenger hunt she set up overnight. Sure, snoop away, but I'm not going to take part in this. I don't know. Would y'all, like, if everything that had happened to these people happened to you and your friends, and you went to your friend's house, you hadn't heard from them, you can't get a hold of them, and the door to their house was open, I would be like snooping around. I mean, I know we just met Stella a few days ago, but you know what? We've already like gone through a million, and I've aged, okay? I have aged many years. So I am basically a senior citizen at this point. I'm going to do what I want to do. So I'm going to do it. I'll just be over here standing in the corner of the room, not looking over your shoulder. Let me know if you find anything. If I saw those ditchlings the first night, I would be on the bus out of that hoe. I'm not a snoopy person, so I don't know. But like, I feel like Nancy Drew, like Jessica Fletcher, Nancy Drew, people go missing. You don't hear from your friends. Like you're going to sneak, you're going to get into things. I'm doing great. So happy to have my ears nice and cleaned out. I'm sure that is a wonderful feeling. Maybe you can hear things better or more clearly now. Let me know if you find anything. Stella's desktop is horrifically cluttered. There are simply too many files and folders to fit on her monitor, and they overlap each other in a chaotic multi-layered display. Okay, I hate this. Whoa, how do we find anything on here? You don't. Come on, let's go. Let's just check our open tabs. Also, but look at these pictures. She needs a second she does need a second monitor. She's got the Jersey Devil. Something Mr. FBI. Nice try, Mr. FBI. Nice try, Mr. FBI over the webcam. A picture of Bigfoot and Stella, or Gretchen. Yeah, let's check her open tabs. It would take you all day to count the number of open tabs in Stella's browser, so numerous are her tabs that you can't see a single icon, a sea of rounded, featureless triangles. Okay. Her most recently opened tab is a post on Uncle Carl's Bigfoot Farm, a forum for cryptozoology enthusiasts. The post in question is titled "Something Big is Happening in Scarlet Hollow." Hey everyone, was out chasing a skunk ape sighting the other day and I found these weird little guys. My friend's mom says there's something called ditchlings, but I've never heard of them before. Anyone have any good leads? Bride of Bigfoot says, camera isn't shaky enough, this is totally staged. Moth Stan says, clean footage and some sort of cryptid nobody has heard of except for your friend's mom. The only thing I'm seeing when I Google ditchlings is some city in England. Thought you were legit. Lucky Star says, guys, since when did high quality footage count as anything other than actual evidence? Those things are terrifying. Gary212547 says, since every low budget horror movie started doing guerrilla marketing, I smell an ARG. Hidden Appalachia, which is Stella, says, I'm serious. I've got a ton of extra footage. Look at what they've been doing to the animals in town. They're apparently some sort of bad omen, like Mothman. Okay, I'm listening. I love me a Mothman. I believe you. Lucky you're falling right into her lap. I don't trust YouTubers. They're entertainers, not scientists. Sick. Scientists. The thread continues into the next day. Hey, okay, so 1, this isn't an ARG. I would never. And 2, you're not going to believe this, but we went into an abandoned mine last night to investigate things, and I'm pretty sure we found some Tommyknockers. Listen to this knocking we managed to catch on tape. There's a link to an audio file titled Tommyknockers Real.wave. Just because you put the word real in your file name doesn't mean they're real. 2, supernatural events on back-to-back nights. This is so fake. I can't believe I bought into that River Runner hype. You're so full of it. YouTubers are always going to sell out to big indie horror. This is kidnapped by aliens all over again. Also, LOL, doughy white things and now loud popping noises. This is definitely an ARG. Did you sell out to Pillsbury? Stop cyberbullying her. I'm going to call the mods. Blocking this thread and giving everyone a 7-day ban. No cyberbullying and no self-promo. The thread ends. Wow, poor Stella. Remind me to never be internet famous. Here's hoping my SoundCloud stays niche and underappreciated until the day I die. Okay, let's check her search history. She hasn't visited any website since Tuesday night. If she came home after last night's incident, she didn't touch her browser. Her search history is almost entirely work-related. A furious series of queries for various monsters and cryptids that might fit the profile of ditchlings. That's that. Okay, I think we've seen enough. Thank God. Fun fact, Safari has a tab limit, 500. I don't even know how much Stella had up there. This sure looks like a room. Any thoughts? I don't think there's any clues here. I think you about summed it up. This is definitely a room. Yeah, nothing much to comment on. This is what her room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. It could use a few more houseplants. I'll put together some trimmings after we found her. She still does those cork board with string things. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration anyway. Okay, I don't think we're going to find much else here. Let's move on. Okay, so maybe she came home last night. Maybe she didn't, but she's definitely missing. I thought I was overreacting this morning. I hope she would just be sleeping in. I can't believe she's actually missing. We'll find her. Where to next? Let's go to Oscar. We should check in on Oscar. He's smart. Maybe he'll know what to do. I hope nothing else happened after we all went home last night. They're so brave for sleeping in that house after everything we went through. Yeah, where's Gretchen? Where's Stella? Where's Gretchen? I'd rather sleep in the woods with the ditchlings than someplace that was that haunted. Your mom said it's safe and I'm inclined to believe her. Why would she lie? But how would she know that? Magic probably, but there's only one way to find out. Let's go. Morning light streams in through the library's large windows. In the bright daylight, it's once again a place of comfort, all menace having fled in the wake of Charles Shaw Jr.'s departure. No ghost, thank God. I was not up for an encore. Yeah, it's gone, just like your mom said it would be. I guess Oscar must be in back. I know that's where I'd be if I finally got my house back. I've always been surprised at how unsupervised this place is. Sometimes it feels like anyone could just walk in and do whatever they wanted. Like what? Steal books? I mean, they could, right? I'm not saying anyone would. I'm just saying that people in this town trust each other a lot. It's nice. Let's go find Oscar. You make your way back towards the annex. It feels strange to be back here in the light of day, as if the events of the previous evening were all just a terrible dream. Gotta help my mom clean out the cat's water fountain. I'll be okay. Good luck with the water fountain cleaning. I'll be here. This hallway really takes me back. It feels like it was only yesterday that we were last here, blissfully unaware that our entire lives are about to change forever. It was only yesterday. I know. Kanika knocks on the door. Oh, good morning. It's so good to see all of you. Charles. He takes in the sight of you standing in the bright corridor. I hope you're doing well this morning. Please come on in. You have no idea how good it felt to sleep on our own house last night. Though I suppose I didn't do too much sleeping. I mostly sat and stared at the hatch all night. Nothing happened, but the idea that something would happen was more than enough to keep me wide awake. So what brings you here? Stella's been missing since last night and we're trying to figure out if anyone's seen her. She hasn't gotten in touch with any of you? No, we have no clue where she's gone. That's not good. I haven't seen her since she ran off last night. I feel terrible. I should have done a better job warning her. Stella was practically banging down your door trying to get evidence of ghosts. I don't think you were going to be able to stop her. There was no way you could have known how she would react when she found it. I don't even think she knew how she'd react. And besides, you didn't know how bad it was going to get. You can't blame yourself for everything, man. I know you probably feel like it's your responsibility to make sure everyone around you is okay, but sometimes that's just not going to be possible. You're only one guy. Now I'm really starting to worry. It sounds like no one in town has seen her. That doesn't mean something bad happened, but it doesn't exactly sound like it's all sunshine and roses for her either. Sorry that I can't be more helpful, especially after everything y'all have done for us. I know time is of the essence right now, but while you're here, I wanted to let you know that I'm determined to do whatever I can to help investigate what's happening to our town. I was hoping we could compare notes. It might help me narrow down where I should start my research. As far as I'm aware, there was nothing paranormal in Scarlet Hollow before very recently. Now here we are, suddenly surrounded by weird little goblin creatures in the woods and plagued by angry ghosts. You think there was an inciting event, right? I do. That's my thought too. It was never like this in the holler before. Something must have happened that kicked off all this magic stuff. Avery stares at you. I mean, it's obvious, right? Things only started happening once Charles got here. Kanika shoots Avery a glare. No, we are not throwing Charles under the bus. What? There's nothing wrong with being a magical catalyst. Sure, there's probably nothing wrong with someone being a magical catalyst, but there's definitely something wrong with saying someone's a magical catalyst. If people get the wrong idea, we're only a couple of steps away from the whole town deciding to shaw him. Nobody's going to drag Charles into a witch hunt on my watch. Thank you, Kanika. You are such a good friend. I like to think we've outgrown the days of running people out of town on rails. I'd rather play it safe. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to run around town telling everyone that Charles magicked a bunch of terrible disasters into existence. But if there's a catalyst for all of this, why wouldn't it be a lost Scarlet finally coming back to Scarlet Hollow? If I may, Charles getting into town isn't the only major event that's happened lately. Perlan died over a week ago, and those creatures in the woods were already reproducing by the time he arrived. Not to mention I started seeing things in our house before Perlan passed. I never thought to make a note of exactly when the spirit made itself known. If there's a root cause for all of this, hopefully there's a way to put the genie back in its bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there have been any similar events and whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. Okay, so he's the Giles. He's going to be the Giles of the group. We'll fill you in on what little we know, so you at least have some place to start. Make sure Pixel stays inside or he might get grabbed. Yeah, this is the first thing we have to say. Make sure Pixel stays inside or he might get grabbed by ditchlings. The ditchlings are those things from the woods, right? With those faces. Yeah, the Anguished Doughboys. The Anguished Doughboys. That's a new band name. I kind of like them. It's like a hidden object game out there today with all the weird little faces peering out of the bushes. That is very unsettling. I would dislike that very much. I do not want to see creepy faces looking at me from like the tree line. No, thank you. No, thank you. Avery, this relationship is over. Like them, are we talking about the same creatures that have been laying eggs in the local wildlife? I don't want to get friendly with them or anything. I just think they're kind of interesting. To each their own. I get random cravings for those hidden object point and click games. Those are fun. It's probably been a couple of years, but I had one on Switch that I played. I want to say it was kind of like Swan Princess, like someone got turned into a swan and I had to like undo the spell. It was cute. It was a nice little time killer. I hate saying that. Not a time killer. A waste of time, a nice distraction. I have a bunch, but I haven't played any, but I played all the demos when I got my Switch. What else did I see that there was a demo for? Oh, Tiny Bookshop. We might have talked. Is it called Tiny Bookshop? It's the one where you like move around selling books from a trailer. My brother asked if I was going to get it, and he's like, oh, there's a demo for it. And I was like, it's on my wish list. Who else enjoyed the I Spy books growing up? I did. I still do. I still do enjoy the I Spy books. Not that I have any, but if I Spy books just happen to show up at my house, I would definitely enjoy them. Pinkadot loved I Spy. Alright, Oscar says, will do. I can't imagine how devastated Rosalina would be if something were to happen to him, especially after everything she's been through. We've been finding these weird stone seals. There was one in the mines and another in your basement. There might be more. These are those carvings you mentioned last night, right? Do you think there was something like that under my house all this time? And I think someone must have put it there. But who? This gives me quite a few threads to follow. Thank you, Charles. Charles, didn't you say you felt something similar to the mine seal outside the clinic yesterday? I hope that doesn't mean something weird is about to happen there too. Uh-oh. Losing the only doctor's office in town seems like it would be bad. Here's hoping we sort things out before that becomes an issue. You know, I was thinking about filling that basement with cement and pretending it was never a part of this house. But if we're all here, maybe we should go down and... Oscar sighs. Take a closer look at that carving, seal, whatever it is. Oh heck yeah, it'll be like checking out behind the scenes of a haunted house the morning after. I mean, I know you're joking, but that's literally what we'd be doing, right? Ah, now that you mention it, yeah, I guess that wasn't the best analogy. It's been bad enough going into haunted houses and abandoned coal mines at night, but there's something that feels so much worse about going down there in the middle of the day. I can't say I'm thrilled at the thought of it either, but we need to do whatever we can to start getting ahead of things. I really don't think this is a good idea. Word searches too. I was more Sudoku than word search. I like a crossword. Or crypto quip. I also enjoy crypto quip. Yep, as they'd probably have to go all the way back to Silva for medical. They're going to get airlifted out. Going down there is worth the risk. We've been seeing ditchlings in broad daylight. I don't think we have the luxury of turning down clues. Hell no. Ghost or no, there's still a 100-year-old corpse down there that was murdered by my Mima. That's a wild sentence. Hell no. Ghost or no, there's still a 100-year-old corpse down there that was murdered by my Mima. My Mima. Going down there is worth the risk. Yeah, I think going down there is worth the risk. Kanika, you can wait up here. Like, can we at least get a picture? I couldn't agree more. After everything you've done to keep my family safe the past 2 days, I'm not going to risk losing our home because I was too scared of an old stone carving. Oscar, I feel like this is a bad idea. What, you don't want to put yourselves in another potentially life-threatening situation? Not if I can help it. I'm not really a hands-on kind of investigator. That's Stella's thing. You don't have to go down there with us. You can wait upstairs. Oscar leads you back down the familiar hallway to Rosalina's room. Oh, hi everyone. What are you doing in my room? I'm going back into the basement, Rosa. I'm afraid there's something down there that might help us figure out what's going on in town. It's probably best you go to the library while we... No way, if you're going down there, I'm going too. Remember what you said last night? No more secrets, we're in this together. You're right, Rosa. You can come with us, no more secrets. Am I the only person in this town who doesn't have a death wish? Sybil said that the ghost is gone. I really don't think there's anything to be afraid of down there anymore. Just give me a moment to move all this out of the way. Okay, I'm gonna flirt. Let me help you with that. Your muscles flex powerfully as you lift the heavy furniture, your movements effortless. Oscar's eyes are fixed on you. We're doing it. Yeah, that'd be probably airlift to Brevard or Asheville. You feel a bit of unusual discomfort in your joints as you work, but you put the pain out of your mind. Listening to the pain would mean that what happened to you last night was real and that it was better than you. Nothing is stronger than you. You can tell everyone is impressed by your large muscles and ability to lift heavy things. Kanika in particular eyes your shoulders with more than passing fascination. Oscar opens the hatch with a menacing creak. Everybody's heart skips a beat though. Avery's might have skipped a beat out of excitement rather than fear. But none of you are swept up into a ghost nightmare puppet show. The sun continues to shine, the birds continue to sing outside Rosalina's window. See? Nothing to be worried about. The slight tremor in his voice tells you he's mostly saying that to himself. Shall we? Yeah, I take it back. I'm good staying up here while y'all take a look down there. I do not like the vibes I'm getting from that pit. I get it, Diva. You descend the basement stairs and find yourself in the same cold, unfinished place you were in last night. You can't shake an oppressive feeling, but whatever that feeling is driven more by the trauma of the past or by something more tangible, you're unsure. Well, I guess whatever we're looking for is in that pit. I guess we should take a look. Oscar walks up to the burial site, eyes widening as he peers inside. Oscar, okay, stare into the pit. The eternally screaming remains of Charles Shaw Jr. are exactly where you left them last night, staring back up at you from empty sockets. The carving lies beneath him, the heavy cold stone acting as his coffin. It looks so heavy, heavier than even you could lift. Charlie. He looks so small. Dang, Charlie. Charles's grandma really did a number on you. Nobody touch it. I'll have to call Dr. Kelly about this. We should put his body to rest, right? That's how these things usually go. At least in the movies, and hey, we disturbed his body and he hasn't come back for a sequel. Confirmation that he's gone for good, right? I think so. That's going to make it a lot easier to sleep tonight. Does that mean you'll let me sleep in my actual bed? Whoa, let's give it one more night. I still don't know how I feel about you sleeping on top of that rock. What do we think? Wolves encircling a goat. It's a start. What was on the carving in the mines? It was a bunch of arms all tied up in chains. Interesting. I'm sure that description will be more than enough to get started. Can I help? I want something to do. I'm tired of just waiting around. Sure, you can help. We should destroy this thing. Well, I've seen enough. Time to go. You can look at the carving on your own later. I'm done with this place. I don't know about destroying it, because I'm like, what if it's keeping something in there? I'm just going to remain silent. I guess we shouldn't keep Kaneko waiting up there, right? If I were her, I'd definitely get nervous if we took too long down here. Can she not hear us? You and the others make your way back up to Rosalina's room. As soon as you're all in one place, Oscar closes the trapdoor and moves the pile of furniture back in place. So, did y'all get possessed or cursed or anything? No, but we did see a dead body. Like, also, I feel like we would have to alert the authorities that there was a dead body on the property. Hi, Red Cloud. How's it going? The heart blast. It's like, wait, what is that blasting out of those hands? Close enough. Glad I stayed put. I'll be back to check in on you in a minute. I've just got a couple of things to finish up with these folks. You, Kanika, and Avery follow Oscar back to the living room. So, I have more than enough to get started on my research now, but is there anything else I should know about? I think there's something in the clinic. I'm doing really well, thank you for asking. It's going okay, trying to get this cutter to work so I can make and sell stickers, and it's been such a pain, not sure it's gonna work out. Oh no. I hope you can get the cutter to work. Have you used it before? Maybe it just needs some TLC, some whispered words of encouragement. I think there's something in the clinic. There was this door yesterday and I could feel something pulling me towards it. Right, I'd almost forgotten after everything that happened yesterday. You said there was something there that reminded you of the mines, right? I see. I'll dig up what I can on the clinic. There's a lot of history there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something haunting that place as well. You have a friend that lives there, right? Should we tell him that something bad might happen in his house? He might want to stay someplace else for now if the last few nights are any indication. Yeah, I can shoot Reese a warning text, but I don't know if his mom will let him leave. She's got an iron grip on the poor dude, and she's probably even more of a skeptic than I am, or was. No, you just bought it. That's even more frustrating. Like, I need to return this cutter that is not working. Thank you. Reese mentioned a movie night, right? It's the perfect cover for an investigation. Who knows if that would fly with Dr. Kelly, though. After last night, I'm pretty sure she's not going to let us anywhere near her house. She's the only doctor in town. She can't just ban people from the clinic, right? I don't think so, but hopefully nobody gets sick or hurt enough to justify a visit over the next couple of days. What if Avery or Oscar pretends to be ill to get into the clinic and then distracts her so we can get in? Hello, Divas. Hello, Diva. Hey, Diva. How you doing, Diva? How was your weekend, Oasis? How are you? How was Elden Ring? If we're going to investigate the clinic, I think we're going to have to break in. Whoa, that is unexpected coming from you. It's what Stella would do, and she's been 3 for 3 this week when it comes to finding spooky stuff. She's also been 3 for 3 when it comes to finding her way into mortal peril. This is why we have to find her as soon as possible. It shouldn't fall on me to suggest we do something dangerous. I'm terrible at selling it. It's not that I don't think we should figure out what's going on in there. We just need to be cautious about what we do next. We don't want anyone to get attacked or possessed by any more ghosts, even if it is to help a friend. I don't know if we have time to play it safe. Just give me a day or two to do some research before you do anything rash, okay? My weekend was not the best, but today was better. I am ready for this moving situation to be over, girl. Wait, Oasis, I thought... Okay, forgive me. I thought you had moved and settled into a new place a little while back. Because I remember you had been living in the place that, like, flooded. the window leaked and flooded, and then you left that place. And so, are you moving again? Or you're still, like, stuff is still getting moved into your new place? How are you? How was your weekend? My weekend was good. Yesterday, I went and visited a neighbor and returned some dishes to her. And then I picked blueberries with Nate's mom for a while. And then I cut my hair. And then we watched this movie called Sinners. And then today we went out for a long walk and went to a little brewery in town. And then watched a movie called A Nice Indian Boy. And it was really good. And had dinner. And now I'm playing a game. Yes, the summer house was just a setup, and in a week we are moving into a new permanent townhouse with all girl roomies. Right now I live with a... Gotcha, okay. Gotcha. I can't imagine living with a married... Well, you know what? Let's see, that would have been 2008 to 2010. For like 2 years, I lived with my friend, and her girlfriend / partner / wife. So I lived with them and their one of them had twins. I was thankful to like have a place to live, but it was chaotic to say the least. I was like, would I want to live with a married couple? And I was like, well, I basically did live with a married couple and their kids who were like elementary school terrors. What did you think of Sinners? Bri, I liked it. It felt a little bit long for me, but that's, expected from me on most movies. I'm very glad that I watched it at home so I could like pause it and like go do stuff. So I was like, where are we going with this? But I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. It's been really great here this summer. I just wanted a space that was completely mine because I do feel kind of weird encroaching on their home for too long. Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely feel that. So yeah, I lived with the lesbian couple, and then a person that I'd gone to high school with, his fiance left him. And so he was like, hey, and we were kind of running in the same social circles. He's like, do you want to be my roommate? And I was like, okay, because I was like going from living with 4 people to just 1 person, and his 2 dogs seemed a lot better. But even though like he owned the house, it was still just kind of like, not that I wanted to like remodel or paint or anything, but it's just, like, this is your space with your dogs. And then he got one of my good friends pregnant, and so I was like, I gotta get out of here. Everybody keeps having babies. I'm done. I thought it was a unique experience and enjoyed it. I didn't understand why the brothers had to be twins. That was more confusing. Yeah, I kept trying to say, okay, now this is this one, like towards the end. Right, I was saying this earlier, how I wished I could have gotten the captions to work because I had such a hard time understanding what everybody was saying like at the beginning of the movie. But I cannot get the captions on HBO Max to work. Yeah, it was, once it got going, it felt long, and I was like, okay, if I was editing this movie, I would maybe cut out this part or like condense this part just to make it a little bit shorter of an experience. But that's me. I like 90 minutes tops, maybe, an hour 40. Oasis, love you. Thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you wind down into an oasis of your own. Okay, I wonder if this could be the work of some sort of cult. You mentioned something like this at the library the other day. If there was a cult in Scarlet Hollow, I feel like I'd know about it. I don't know, I'm just throwing things out there. Know any local cults that could be responsible? I think the cops are in on it. Maybe it has something to do with the church and the pastor. Okay, I would absolutely believe that Pastor Daniel is a member of some weird cult. Who else would be in the cult, though? Does anyone know any folks around town who are suspicious? For that matter, does anyone in town even regularly attend church? It's always seemed a little dead to me. I know most everybody in town, or at least everybody who comes through the diner with any regularity, and I gotta say, nobody comes to mind. Does it count as a cult if it only has 1 member? I don't think so. If that member is the pastor, yeah, maybe. This creep level counts for at least 3 normal cultists. Yeah, they could have cut down on the parts leading up to the bar. I watched more Twin Peaks season 2. I was just talking about this, I feel like, with Yak, and I have never finished season 2 of Twin Peaks. I've watched season 1 twice, and I've started season 2 twice, and quit twice. How are you enjoying? Season 2 is so good. I did not feel that way when I was watching it. I'm trying to remember if that's the one that I have on DVD or if it's season 1. It's better than you remember? Okay. Well, that's hopeful. Maybe I'll feel like in the right mindset. Maybe it'll just like be natural for me and I'll be like, oh, this is better than I remember too, and I want to keep watching this. Okay, are we sure the ghost is really gone? I have every reason to believe so. There wasn't so much as a creaking door or mysterious draft all night. And I certainly hope this isn't wishful thinking, given the toll it took on you to get rid of it. That's right. Don't forget about my pain. You're so brave for sleeping in here. I would have left and set the place on fire behind me if I were in your shoes, no matter if someone wound up putting it to rest or not. I suppose I felt I'd done enough running. I'd seen the worst it could do, and I was willing to risk it. I was willing to risk it for the brisket if it meant Rosalina wouldn't spend another night sleeping on a cot in the back room of a library. It sounds like you've got something to work on now. We should get back to looking for Stella. We gotta get looking for Stella, mama. Alright, bye, Oscar. I'll see you later. I do. Thanks for the lead, Charles. See you around, Oscar. Let us know what you find. Do we have Oscar's number? We need to get his number. I'm a Spooky. This game looks like so much fun, but choice-based games make me question everything. Yeah, I have been struggling a lot with some of the choices, but not all of the episodes are out, so I'm like, I could eventually replay this someday. And there's different traits you can choose that like affect the dialogue as well, so yeah, it's a lot. But I hope that you've had a good weekend. My bro just finished it for the first time and he loved it too. He said it was just more of what he loved about season 1, and I agree. I'm trying to think of like if I can pinpoint anything that made me lose interest or when I started losing interest. Because I felt like I didn't care about, was it James? The character James, it's like the motorcycle. I didn't care about him. I was like, I want to know more about what's going on in this lodge. But it's been a while. I'd definitely be curious. I'm like, I feel like I don't need to rewatch season 1 because I've watched season 1 and it's kind of like burned into my head. I remember what happens at the end of season 1. You pause before leaving. Your eyes lingering for a moment. If there's anything else you'd like to say to Oscar, you should say it now before you leave. Oscar, could I talk to you in private for a minute? Oh my god, we're gonna go flirt. That's nice, but also it's rough waiting for... Right. I just saw on their Steam page that they'd finished the script for episode 5 and there's going to be 7 episodes total. So, yeah, I feel the same about the James side story stuff. Okay, that right, that's what I'm blaming it on, is the James side story stuff. Okay, I'm going to go, Oscar, could I talk to you in private for a minute? In private? Sure, I can spare a minute. There's a nice secluded spot around the... Oh my god, have fun being secretive, you two. We'll just hang back here and totally not listen in at all. Promise. Avery is probably like, you bitch. You were flirting with me this morning. You follow Oscar to a quiet space by the edge of the woods. Is this about what you said after the haunting last night? I'd be lying if I said I haven't been thinking about it. Oh my god, okay. This relationship is moving so fast. This isn't the time for words. Reach out to him and hold him tight. Right, thank you for gifting a sub to Miss Spooky. I appreciate that. As I fan myself. 7 episodes. I wonder how long that'll take to release the rest. So, Miss Spooky, I don't know if you've played Slay the Princess. I have not played it yet, but this company also made Slay the Princess. And so basically, from what I've read and seen, that game was super popular and they made a lot of money. And so they're like, we were able to make enough money from the success of that game to fund the writing for these next episodes. So I'm hoping that they're focusing on the rest of these episodes, like, and we'll get them soon, because I definitely want to know how the story ends. There are no ditchlings in sight. That's fine if there are ditchlings in sight. That's fine. They can peep on me. Oh my gosh, do I want to reach out to him and hold him tight? Or do I want to say, I'm not the only one who feels something here, right? Oh, see, Miss Spooky, now I'm in your shoes of, like what is going to be the most... I want to hear him say that he feels something. I want to just know, but also reaching out and holding him tight. What if I could do both? What if like we slowly approach each other? I'm not the only one who feels something here, right? And he says, no, I feel the same thing too. Save. Okay, Pinka Dot. You're so real for that. Me, like, I'm like, I don't know which to do. Okay, we're just doing, this is just, this is just, exploration. We're exploring, okay? I'm not the only one who feels something here, right? Oscar blushes and looks off into the distance. No, you're not. It's funny, we spent so little time together, but we've somehow managed to leave a permanent mark on each other's lives. You pulled my daughter out of a collapsing mine. Oscar pauses, pulling back his glasses to wipe a tear from his eyes. I didn't mean to make him cry. I didn't know he was going to be so sensitive. I know she's feeling a lot of mixed emotions right now, but you're the reason she's alive. And then last night, you were tormented and trapped in a hell dimension because of something you didn't even know happened that you had nothing to do with, all because I couldn't handle it on my own. But you got our house back. We have a place to call home again, and I still have a job because you took on an unthinkable burden that you don't deserve to bear. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Okay, but is this like, he feels so bad for me that he's like conflating that with romance? Like, I'm sexy, okay? Like, you don't have to feel bad for me. You're the kind of person I want to be. Tip, dialogue options marked romance will start a romantic arc with the character. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do another little save over here. So we have all the options. This has been the most excited I felt. Yes, save, save, save. I can't stop thinking about you either. We should go out on an actual date, get to know each other better, because I feel the same way about you. Whatever this is, I want to explore it while I still can. If we barely know each other, maybe we should fix that. I feel like this one. We should go out on an actual date, get to know each other better, because I feel the same way about you. This is a dating sim, right? Okay, that was my achievement that I just popped. Start a romance. And the Oscar achievement says Dream Daddy. I couldn't agree more. Now probably isn't the best time with Stella missing, but maybe tomorrow we could go on a date and actually get to know each other. I better get back to my daughter, and you'd better get back to looking for Stella. But tomorrow. He pulls out a scrap of paper and scribbles something on it before handing it to you. Here's my number. Text me anytime. I'll be around, and assuming things have settled down a bit, maybe we can grab coffee at the diner and actually get to know each other. And hopefully by then I'll have found something that can help with the whole town-wide mystery situation. Oh my god. He drew a dick. No, he gave me his number. See, the devs know what we want. They said we know what the people want. Oscar leaves and you rejoin Kanika and Avery. Okay, let's save over here. And then we're going to take... Actually, the ad's going to start soon, so we're just going to pause it here. And then I want to go back and see what the reach out to and hold him tight does, too. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. This was a lot of emotion for me. I'm processing. But you know, like when you... I don't know if y'all have felt this when you play games, but like if there's a character you want to romance and you're like doing everything you can to romance them, and it doesn't seem to be working, and you're like, why aren't you in love with me yet? I've brought you a million diamonds. So yeah, it's sad though that this is the last episode that we can play for now, but whenever the next episode releases, we'll be in a romance with Oscar. I just say everyone. See, I thought about that, but I'm worried I'm going to get punished. Like they're going to get mad or something, so I'm usually just like, I'll pick one. But I did like appreciate that it said it locks you in and you can't date any of the other romanceables. So even though that's limiting, I appreciate that they're like, I don't feel the strain, I guess. So anyway, I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Welcome back, y'all. Mass Effect. Okay, I still have to play that. I got the Legendary Edition. I think that's what it was. Thank you, Crimson. It's the Mass... I think it has, like, all three. And I still have to play my Dragon Ages. I got a lot to play. I got a lot to do. I'm playing Tales of Arise off stream. Finally making my way through that. Okay, I was gonna load. We're gonna load. You have to scruff a cat. Does that mean you pick it up by the scruff? The cat up by this, is that what that means? You know the feeling, right? Like all of these super long RPGs that have epic stories and you're like, I'll get to that when I feel it, I guess. Loading will lose unsaved progress, yes. Okay, this isn't the time for words. Scruff and bottom, gotta support the bottom. Gotcha. I've never done that, but that's what I was assuming. Did anything crazy happen? I've been in and out. Yak, we are romancing Oscar. I actually am reloading a save to see like another dialogue option. This isn't the time for words. Reach out to him. Oh yeah, there's no words. This isn't the time for words. The world has been falling apart around you and Oscar since the moment you've met, and you only have so many more days before the bus rolls into town to ferry you back to the real world. You reach forward. I'm out of shocked. You reach forward and pull Oscar into your arms. He doesn't hesitate before reciprocating, the two of you wrapping each other in a warm, comforting embrace. Everything's gonna be okay. He smells wonderful, like coffee and wool, the fabric of his sweater soft against your face. Powerful build. You can feel how strong he is, his hefty arms drawing you in, pressing you against his broad chest. You melt together, each of your physiques allowing the other a rare opportunity to feel small and protected. He's got the bobinas the bobinas are out. They're presenting. His hefty arms drawing you in, pressing you against his broad chest. I gotta get a screen. I gotta get that. Oh, hold on, that didn't work. This is going in my scrapbook. This is going in my scrapbook for sure. Okay. Neither of you pull away, and the beautiful moment lasts just long enough that both of you know it's more than just a hug between friends. But finally, like all things, it does end, and Oscar lets go, his hands lingering on the small of your back for a second too long, reluctant to fully separate from you. But he straightens up, arms returning to his sides. His voice is lighthearted, and you can see a slight blush in his cheeks as he readjusts his glasses. Was that you comforting me, or me comforting you? Comforting me. I'm old now. I feel the cold of the grave nipping at my heels. I need all the comfort I can get. Sir Obi, thank you so much for those 5 bits. That scene was worth it. Crimson, Loki was being belligerent. I know I brought this upon myself, right? Loki being Loki. Both, of course. It's been a long week. I think we could all use a little comfort from the people we care about. So you care about me? Oscar's pink cheeks blossom into a blustery red. I care about you too. And you're right, I needed that. Hi Dest, how are you doing? I was lurking on your Debbie Delight yesterday. That was yesterday. How are you? How was your weekend? Hi, I saw you started playing this the other day but couldn't sit down to watch earlier. How are you liking it? I recommend everybody play this game. The only downside is that not all of the episodes are out, but there are so many different like dialogue options. There are different traits you can have. It's got a lot. It's got a lot. Dest, I'm doing really well. It's been a good busy weekend. I knew you'd enjoy it. Hehe. You knew me so well. I don't know if I actually said anything. I was mostly just lurking around yesterday. I got up and was like checking to see who was on, and then I went to return some dishes to a neighbor, and then picked a lot of blueberries, and then I had to cut my hair, and what else did I do? Oh yeah, I started cleaning. Yeah, I watch people from the shadows. I watch people from the shadows. But I'm glad that you're good, Dust. I started making a family tree and a notebook to keep track of all the stuff. It gets so deep. Really? Frog, that is so cool. I just took a screenshot of me and Oscar hugging. Hi, Mishi. How are you doing? How has your weekend been? Yeah, Dust, I played a couple of 2v8 matches by myself the other night because I was like, I should probably do this while it's still going. I feel like with some of the other killers that they've brought in, I'm like, this is hard. I always feel like it's hard though. It's funny, we've spent so little time together, but we somehow managed to leave a permanent mark on each other's lives. You pulled my daughter out of a collapsing mind. Oh yeah, this is when Oscar cries. I know she's feeling a lot of mixed emotions, but you're the reason she's alive. And then last night, all because I couldn't handle it on my own, but you got our house back. We have a place to call home again. And I still have a job because you took on an unthinkable burden that you don't deserve to bear. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. You're the kind of person I want to be. Okay, now we're gonna romance. We're gonna romance. I can't stop thinking about you either. Then we should do something about that. Now probably isn't the best time with Stella missing, but maybe tomorrow we could go on a proper date and actually get to know each other. Dialogue options marked break will end a romance arc. Smile, you'd love to go on a date, but you don't want to use your words to express that. I'd love to. I'd love to. I'm going to use my words. Really? That's great. I better get back to my daughter, and you better get back to looking for Stella. But tomorrow... He pulls out a scrap of paper and scribbles something on it before handing it to you, and it is not a dick drawing. Here's my number, text me anytime, I'll be around. And assuming things have settled down a bit, maybe we can grab coffee at the diner and actually get to know each other. And hopefully, by then I'll have found something that can help you with the whole town-wide mystery situation. Great, love it, no notes. Let's play sometime. Dest, I will absolutely message you. Usually Wednesday evenings I'm not streaming, and then Saturday nights are the times that I've been playing. But I do usually just message friends randomly. If you're okay with that, I'll say, hey, what are you doing? Are you around for Dead by Daylight? And I'm always like, you know, no pressure, whatever. I was just checking to see. Those are the times I usually do play. She says, all good, dance competition starts on Friday. I'm excited. That's coming up so soon. How long is the competition for? I guess you've been like training and practicing forever. But I'm glad that you're excited and glad that everything's good. Hi, Hide. Thank you so much. How are you doing? How have you been? How was your weekend? But also, I know you're probably working. So hello, and thank you for saying hi. Okay, Oscar leaves and you rejoin Kanika and Avery outside of the library. Let's do a little savey poo over here. You look happy. I'm glad you and Oscar had the chance to talk about things. Let's stay focused though. We still have to find our friend. We tour for about 3 months. Oh my goodness. So you're gonna be busy on the road. We should go to the cops, right? Are you sure? Nothing against the officers of Scarlet Hollow, but you've met them, right? Do you think it's worth the trouble? As unhelpful as they are, we are dealing with a missing person. That's cop stuff. It's probably going to be more of a formality than anything. But there's no point in not covering all our bases. I mean, I figured, like, it's a small town. The police station is exactly what you would expect from a town the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper, and the general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find Beau and Duke standing between you and the officer behind the desk. Now listen here, officer. Big Betty was set to win a blue ribbon. I'm telling you, she was valuable property, not just some vegetable. We worked real hard to get her that big, raised her up from a seed. It's just not fair, officer, sir. The Scarlet Hollow police are spread pretty thin at the moment, gentlemen. Any property disputes will have to wait, if indeed there is a dispute to be had. Are you sure it wasn't some animal? Yeah, the giant pumpkin got wrecked. Yeah, I'm going to be a busy person. I feel like you're already a busy person, Mishi, and now you're just going to be like to the max. I'm telling you, I know who stole her. That no-good bastard Julius Tremaine has been stealing what rightfully belongs to the Calloways for all his life. And you folks ain't done a lick of policing to put an end to it. I told you we was better off handling this ourselves, Daddy. Franklin seems to turn to you as you enter, though his impenetrable shades make it impossible to judge where he's really looking. Is this person Wesker? We have an Albert Wesker here. Are you okay, Charles? Looks like you got kind of wrinkly since I saw you yesterday. Oh my god. Got my wrinkles. Now, Beau, it's not kind to comment on others' appearances. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be unkind like that. I'm just surprised as all and a little worried. Wait, he is that bitch Wesker. Oh, never mind, his eyes aren't red. Yeah, not yet. He has not made a deal with Umbrella. You do look a mite bit sickly. You ain't picked up some disease, have you? Ghost turned me old. I freed the library from a wrathful spirit at great cost to myself. I'm just gonna say ghost turned me old. Is that contagious? Is that contagious? There's a ghost? Where? Don't worry about it, Beau. Charles took care of things. That's right. Oh, sure, I get it. Deputy Franklin's a lone man in the desk, so the whole town decides to mess with him. Ghosts aren't real, kid. Isn't that right, Miss Forsyth? Kanika's eyes dart to the floor. You two? Aren't you supposed to be the town skeptic? Do you have a better explanation for what happened to Charles? Yes, that sounds like fun. It's all good. I was assuming, I was just thinking you were very like enthused about it. And I was like, yes, it will be fun. It is fun running around with your friends and getting jump scared. I feel like I get jump scared in Dead by Daylight so much. Deputy Franklin pulls down his sunglasses and intensely studies your newfound wrinkles and the streaks of white in your hair. No, I do not. Great, because believe me, I wouldn't be running around telling people we saw a ghost if I thought that it could have been literally anything else. Hey, I remember you from yesterday. You're the mayor's security guy. Should we bring that up? I'm gonna focus. Stella ran off last night and she's still missing. The missing person? Apologies, Mr. Calloway, but I'm going to have to handle this first. Deputy Franklin makes his way back to his desk, pulling out a few forms before returning to the front. And I also feel like Duke, or whatever the old man's name, I feel like he should want to find Stella. Like, we were all in that together the first night. Like, he knows. If one of you could fill these out, please. I can take care of that. Thank you so much for taking this seriously, Mike. I know Stella has a tendency to go on hiking trips, but this feels different. Now hold on, you're gonna help them right away, but you're giving me the runaround? That ain't fair. Mr. Calloway, this may be a matter of life and death. I'm afraid it takes precedence over a minor property dispute about a vegetable. You and I both know Stella's always tromping around out in them woods. It ain't something anybody needs to fuss over. Are you sure you can't start looking like right now? She shouldn't be off on her own when there are so many ditchlings around. Thanks for taking this seriously. Why is no one asking about Gretchen? Shaking my head. I take everything seriously. Duke scoffs. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? Hey, I remember you from yesterday. You're the mayor's security guy. I'm a man of many hats, and all of them give me authority over you, so you best watch yourself. I'm off for the night. Y'all take care. Crimson, you take care as well. I hope Loki has calmed down and gives you some peaceful rest. But sweet dreams to you. Have a wonderful Monday. Weird question, but are you part of a cult? Yeah, after he just says for us to watch ourselves. Excuse me, but are you part of a cult? I don't think that'll get us anywhere good. Where's everyone else? Haven't you heard? There's a nasty strike going on at the mines. Miss Scarlet's asked us to try and bring the temperature down a bit. And I drew the short straw for being stuck on desk duty. Bring the temperature down? I'm sorry, are Earl and Dennis working for the town, or are they working for Tabitha? I gotta drink all the water. I'd rather not get into it right now, Miss Forsyth. Forsyth? What's all this about a pumpkin? Julius stole our Big Betty, so we came here to report it. For all the good that did us, Officer Franklin here won't so much as write down a note that there was a theft for when the real cops get back. Fine. If you want me to take notes, I'll take notes, but there's no way to prove who the vegetable in question belonged to. If there's no documentation, it's your word against his. I'm starting to think y'all are in cahoots with the bastard. What makes you think Julius stole it? You're poking a wasp's nest, Charles. There's 100 years of history here. He's been claiming Big Betty was his since day one on account of he thinks it was planted on his side of the property. He's got himself confused about where the property line is, as always. We get our fair share of calls from Mr. Tremaine as well. Not that I'm at liberty to discuss confidential police information. I'd be perfectly willing to bury the hatchet if he weren't such a lying, pumpkin-stealing rat. You know, Julius is a friend of mine. He's a lot of things, and he's definitely a bit of a curmudgeon, but I've never pegged him as a thief. I didn't know Julius ever talked to anybody. Talk is a strong word, but I like to think we have some kind of understanding. Oh my gosh, no worries at all. I hope the match went well. Hopefully you survived, or hopefully you killed if you're playing Dead by Daylight. Why? Okay, you know what? I don't even give a fuck about this pumpkin. It's a classic Southern family dispute. If you're related to Julius, why can't you just put your differences aside and get along? Someone's got to be the bigger man. Runner, I'm getting old, my bones ache. It's very relatable, Dest. Hopefully, well, I was like, I'm sure you're doing everything you can. I was like, that's why, part of the reason why I've been like, every break I do try to like stretch. And in the mornings, I've been trying to stretch more too. Like when I get up out of bed, do like some shoulder rolls. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Life is beautiful. I'm just going to remain silent. I have nothing left to say at this mess. You know, I haven't seen him since Tuesday. He's usually in the diner every day. Even if he didn't take Big Betty, it might be worth doing a welfare check. Look, kid, I'd love to help, but the sheriff has a standing order to not set foot on the Tremaine homestead. The man loves his booby traps. Is that so? So you've just been giving me and my boy the runaround all morning? Deputy Franklin shrugs. Those booby traps have never stopped me. I don't make the rules. You'll have to take it up with Sheriff Hugby. If I may, sir, ain't that a mite bit cowardly of you? I thought police officers were supposed to be brave. That's right, you ain't even doing the bare minimum right now. This isn't about courage, big man, and this isn't about being lazy, Mr. Calloway. This is about public safety, and it's about the sheriff's judgment and authority outweighing my own. Look, I've been to Julius's 100 times. I can tag along and make sure nobody gets hurt. Okay, but are we like forgetting about Stella and Gretchen? Look, I'll pass it along when he gets back, but he has his hands full right now. I can't make any promises. You better. Yes, Stretching is key. Alright, let's just get going. Kanika hands the completed report back to Deputy Franklin. Thank you, ma'am. I'll get this filed right away. Good luck out there. I hope Miss Richmond is alright and you'll find her soon. Maybe I should have asked about the cult thing. I thought it was more directed at the police officer, but if everybody might have heard something, I could have gathered more information. Oh well. This department is biased, I swear. I'd almost say y'all are in league with Julius, but that would require at least some amount of competence. Oh my god, hi Brandy! How are you? How is Witcher 3? It's so good to see you. How was your weekend? Welcome in, everybody. Brandy, this country music was so loud in my ears. Did you just start Witcher 3? I can't remember. I know yesterday you were doing Dragon Age Origins yesterday, right? I feel like I was watching you play that and I was like, these graphics look really good. Witcher 3 was great, nice weekend. Glad I can... I appreciate it, but also welcome in if you came in with Brandy and this is your first time here. I'm Charles. You can also call me Runner. I play a lot of different things, and I've currently been playing this narrative horror Southern Gothic game called Scarlet Hollow. Highly recommend it. This is like my 7th stream of it, so yeah, early in Witcher 3. Origins was yesterday. Okay. I guess I've been gone a lot of Sundays lately because it's been a bit better weather for us to get out and do stuff. Y'all, if you don't know Brandy's a lovely fellow streamer, obviously. Plays a lot of story-based, decision-driven games and has just a great spot to hang out. Yeah, I loved The Witcher 3. I'm thinking back, I feel like that game took me like over a year to finish. I streamed late because I was at the museums today. Lovely. What kind of museums did you go to? Also, if you need to raid and run, I know it is getting late, so please don't. I'll just keep asking you a million questions. It will take me forever. Yeah, it took me forever. And part of me was like, I'm ready for it to be over, but I went into the DLCs. I did do the DLCs as well, so I was like, I'm ready for it to be over, but I'm not. But, you know, it's such a good game that I'm like, I want to replay it, but I had such like a changing experience, I feel like, playing it. Went to find art in the contemporary one. I love that. That is one thing I try to do if we're in a new city, is go to the art museum if they have one. I love going to art museums. So I'm trying to think of like, I remember the NOMA, the New Orleans. I remember really liking that one and the grounds that they had too. But yeah, I'm glad you had a great day going to some museums and a great stream. We are on episode 4, and this is all that's released. There's supposed to be 7 episodes, so I'm kind of sad that it's gonna be ending. The ones in Houston are great. Yeah, we went to those the last time we were visiting Nate's best friend. And they have like the underground tunnels that connects them to each other. We spent a lot of time there. We went on like a day where I think it was free entry, something like that, but it was beautiful. I did really enjoy the art museums there. If you ever come here, we're going to the Isabella Stewart Gardner. Absolutely, yes. Yes, locked in loaded for the Isabella Stewart Gardner. If you're ever back this way, let me know. I absolutely will let you know. I actually, strangely enough, have a bigger cluster of streamer friends that I've met on Twitch that live in the Houston area. And so Nate's bestie that lives in Houston, she and her family are moving to Norway, but I'm like, well, there's still, now I know over the internet people that I would still go to Houston to visit, so because I'd never been to Houston before. Nate and I got together and we went for, was it his 30th birthday? And his friend took us to the Renaissance Festival, which was huge. It was massive and a bit overwhelming. It was a good time though. No, it wasn't his 30th birthday. It was before that. Not that you needed to know all those details. Okay, so Duke is all but hurt. The Scarlet Hollow Police Department takes no sides in familial disputes. We are merely in pursuit of upholding the law, and we do a damn fine job of it, Mr. Calloway. We'll be on our way out. Best keep your nose clean out there, Charles. Try to stay out of Why am I... Like, I'm old now. I've been aged by a ghost. I'm not sticking my nose in anything. Well, at least we filed a report. Still, I guess finding Stella's going to mostly be up to us. We gotta find out what's been going on with Julius, too. He's been missing from the diner for a few days. It's weird. He usually comes in every single day. What if Julius has been implanted with embryos from the ditchlings and kidnapped Stella and Gretchen? Maybe he's preoccupied with ditchlings. I just hope he's okay. One problem at a time. Brandy, I feel like, given your propensity to play story-based games with, like, options that change the story, I feel like you would enjoy this game a lot. And they're being held in the giant pumpkin. What a twist. I did not see that part coming. They're being held in the giant pumpkin. They cannot break out because the pumpkin is so strong and it has some kind of ditchling magic on it. Yeah, where to next? Let's check out. We're just going to go down the list. This looks interesting. It's really, really good. Like I said, there's only 4 of the planned 7 episodes out currently, but at the beginning, depending on the, like, I guess you can also play on a harder difficulty once you finish a run, and then you can have 3 traits. But at the beginning, you can choose 2 different traits that affect, like, the dialogue and, like, actions you can take. There's not really combat per se, but and the characters are, it's great. Let's check out the diner. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella. Here's hoping Winnie doesn't try to rope me into clocking in early. The diner is busier than you've ever seen it. The small booth's packed with miners. Coal miners. So I guess this is where the coal miners are setting up shop. When you asked for the morning off, I didn't think you'd be showing up with friends. Sorry, Aunt Winnie. Stella's gone missing and I've been helping these 2 track her down. You haven't seen her, have you? Don't you apologize, and I can't say I have. I've been a little preoccupied. This is great for business. These fellas can have as much free coffee as they can drink if they keep piling in like this. Wait, are they just drinking coffee, though? Do you need any help? No. Sal and I can handle this. One of your friends going missing's more important than a busy shift. The miners didn't even notice you enter the diner, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, argue with each other loudly enough for you to easily overhear. I guess the shift schedules are pretty brutal. And I'd like more vacation days. I'd love to be able to see my family around the holidays. And better health benefits would be amazing. But what if she decides to fire all of us? You're only a year or so into the work, and trust me, the longer it goes on, the more it sucks the life out of you. At first you're just unhappy, but you figure you can weather it till you find something better. A paycheck's a paycheck. Next thing you know, you've lost years of your life to a company that doesn't give a solitary shit about you, that uses up every free second it can suck out of its workers and pays us just enough to survive, but not so much that we can ever save enough to get the hell out. But we could get fired for this. I really need the paycheck. I can't get fired. And the company housing, that makes a big difference for me. Right? The company housing. How generous of Tabitha to put you up in a company-owned shack that ain't had maintenance done in decades, taking a big chunk right out of your paycheck that sure as shit ain't going towards property tax and upkeep alone. The company housing, that means almost nobody in this whole damn town owns the place they live. We have numbers on our side, Harrison. After what happened up there the other night, damn near everyone is joining the picket line. She can't afford to lose us all. We have the power here, so long as we're united. Are none of you going to comment on how I'm old now? A ghost stole years off my life. Just we don't know any of these people. I don't even know, like, the few that we ran into the other day. Like, yeah. Hey, have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The miners turn towards the doorway, all eyes glaring at you in unison. The YouTuber? No, we ain't seen her. As you can see, we got a lot going on today. We'd appreciate it if you didn't butt in. Harrison's voice drops to a barely audible mumble. I hope she's okay. So about the strike. We all know who you're related to, kid. Word travels fast, and I'll be damned if we talk business in front of you. If the mine fails, none of you guys are even going to have jobs left to strike over. Look, I support you guys, but maybe you can save this until next week. Tabitha's mom just died. This whole strike thing is hardly fair. Do you think I like Tabitha? You've met her, right? Let me promise you that our blood relationship means nothing. I don't actually have a horse in this race. I didn't even know Scarlet Hollow existed until a few days ago. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about this storyline. Alright, I guess we should get going. I don't really care. You turn and leave the diner, Avery and Kanika trailing close behind you. Still no sign of Stella. Before you can suggest your next move, you start to feel woozy spots form at the edges of your vision. Your legs suddenly feel unstable, your body sending you clear signals of exhaustion. It pains you to imagine how difficult the effects of Charlie's deal would be to manage for someone less fit than yourself, if even your powerful body is struggling just to walk from place to place. You manage to shake it off before Kanika and Avery notice, but still, it won't be long before your aching muscles need to— oh no! You should plan your next move carefully. Shit-azy. Okay. Let's do a savey poo. If anybody's there, do you have any opinions? I'm feeling like the next thing that we do is going to be like the last, because the body will be too exhausted to continue. We could check out the mines. We should go to the mines. We can check out the church. I'm supposed to get tea with your mom today. Maybe she'll have some ideas. Get the tea. Okay. Yeah, maybe she'll have some kind of like clairvoyant idea. It's like, we have not been to the church yet, but let's go get the tea. I'm supposed to get tea with a capital T with your mom today. Maybe she'll have some ideas. Sure, we can humor her. She's probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs for protection or something, which might actually work. Who knows? Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it now. The bells at the general store chime welcomingly as the three of you enter. Kanika! There you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember? And hello, you two. Hope you're both recovered from last night's fiasco. Sorry, Mom. It's just that Stella's missing and Stella can take care of herself. Unlike you. You need bed rest and lots of fluids. You don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. I feel like you'd only get one choice, and while the church is probably creepy and weird, I think talking to Sybil would be more beneficial. That's fair. Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. I thought you had some kind of important thing to talk to Charles about. I'm really feeling okay. I want to hear what you wanted to say to him. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should really lie down. Bye, Charles. Kanika turns and heads towards the stairs without saying another word. And I'm sorry to be a bad host, Avery, but I was hoping Charles and I could do our reading in private. I'm sure Winnie needs help at the diner. You're right. I've totally left her on her own today. Fine by me. I wouldn't want to mess with your tea vibes. I'm sure those leaves are very particular. Oh, but before I go, I did want to ask. Are you a witch? As flattered as I am that you think I'm that magical, I'm just an old lady who likes tea and has a few unusual hobbies. Look, I'm just saying, doing stuff like reading tea leaves is pretty witchy as far as I'm concerned, but I won't push it. So just so you know, if you are a witch, you can totally tell us. We'd be cool about it. I'll leave y'all to your not supernatural private tea leaf reading. We'll catch up tomorrow, Charles. Okay, bye, Avery. Thank you for being a friend. They make their way out of the general store, disappearing down the street in the direction of the diner. So, a witch, right? You're clearly a witch. So, a witch. Shall we? Sybil motions towards the tea room. Please have a seat. I'll bring you a fresh cup. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright grow lights over the plant in the corner. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you. It smells light and citrusy with an undercurrent of decaying earth. It's the same tea you sampled with Avery at the diner on Tuesday. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? Okay, I'm gonna sip my tea. Just kind of You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core, like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. But the aftertaste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. Yanking me around, you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. The other day you promised to tell me, what was it? Unsavory tales of my mom's youth? Actually, how did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Oh, my family's been in these hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I've learned was handed down from generations of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not one most folks could afford. They have to figure out their own medicine. The other day you promised to tell me? What was it? Unsavory tales of my mom's youth? I most certainly did, though I might have been exaggerating a bit for dramatic effect. I'm prone to do that. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Pearlan was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine, which is to say, she was not a very kind woman. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violet either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet, so her family choosing her as their punching bag made her into quite the rebel. Why were Pearlan and my mom raised by Edwardine? What happened to their mother? What do you know about my grandma? Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. Their mother was young, too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. She didn't survive the labor. What do you know about my grandma? I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The eldest died when the girls were still children. I really like this music, too. Edwardine never spoke about them, nor did your mother. I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? Did they even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over the mines. Her husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Might have been Stuart or something just as forgettable. What if your name was Stuart? From what Vivian said, her father was some teenage fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant. I'm fairly certain it was similar for Vivian, though she was much older and I believe she was the one who ended it, what with skipping town and all. Yeah, what happened when my mom found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. It was like she'd been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear from what had happened to her own mother, maybe it was something else. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night she came to me, it stuck in my mind. It's always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a bébé. I don't want to be rude. I feel like these options are rude. Quit yanking me around. What's with all of the mystery and ritual? If you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. I don't want to be rude to Sybil. I'm just going to finish the tea. She poisoned us. You close your eyes and take another sip and then another. It's delightful. The tea is gone before you know it. The small cup empties save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Unless you're mistaken, the tea has also helped with your condition, at least a little bit. You still feel aged and worn, but you're a little less tired and a little mentally sharper than you were a few minutes ago. Okay, let's go tea. Oh, good. Glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Now, on to business. Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You've got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. All of these mean death, misery, difficulty, and the hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. In conclusion, you're fucked. It's fair to assume that this all has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. But we may, at the very least, be able to figure out what it is. And there's a central figure here, a cat, an enemy, lurking in plain sight. Oh, that's gotta be Pixel, or maybe it's Frou-Frou. How do I know you're not the cat? I wonder what Tabitha's tea said. An enemy lurking in plain... The cat could be Wayne? Like, I feel like that's very obvious. I'm gonna say Pastor Daniel. I'm gonna say Pastor Daniel and see what she says. There's something wrong with that poor young man, isn't there? I don't think there's actually bad bone in his body. There's just something perennially off-putting about him. His whole situation's rather unfortunate. The cat requires a level of closeness that I don't think the good pastor is really capable of. Not to be rude or a gossip, but I don't think he has a single friend in town other than his wife and daughter. You don't have to figure out an answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. So it's Tabitha. Just be on guard and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted. Oh no. I mean, Tabitha's like clear the obvious like red herring. Or the, yeah, that's what you'd think. I mean, I don't know if we're going to find out in this episode. We know from the ditchlings that something terrible is coming your way, and it's likely that it's coming connecting to some hidden enemy. But the enemy's hidden. Perhaps we can try to counteract whatever might be planned for you. Judging by what you told me last night, those stones, carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely they have something to do with this. Until the cat reveals itself, it seems like your best course of action is to seek those carvings out, piece together what you can from your visions, and arm yourself with information. Have you sensed any others around town? Do you think you might be able to find another? The door, yeah, I was gonna say the door in the clinic. Your thoughts drift to that door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper into the clinic. Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return and open it to see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later, maybe you can even find her there. What's important now is finally seeing what's hidden in the clinic. I think I felt another in the clinic. That's good. If you can find your way inside and uncover another stone, that could give you a leg up on your adversary. Wait, what if it's Sybil? What if Like, I don't know, like, she's like, yes, go uncover these things for me so that way I can channel my power. You'll just have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take too kindly to you sniffing around her clinic. If I recall correctly, there's a hill that'll take you nearly all the way to the second story, and she never locks any of the doors up there. Just in case that's helpful information. See, she's giving us the breadcrumbs. She's giving us the breadcrumbs. I think that's all the help I can offer. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. You helped last night, why don't you come with me, bitch? I may have been able to see through that spirit's illusions, but I'm not some kind of all-powerful entity. I'm an old woman. I have trouble with my knees and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. In most situations, I'd be more of a liability than a helpful companion. Imagine if I'd been in those mines with you. Some use I'd be struggling to climb over rocks and ladders, throwing my back out from all the crouching. All you did was look at some leaves and tell me to put myself in danger. Listen. Thanks, I'll let you know if I find anything. Glad to hear it. I hope all goes well and I wish you luck. Hopefully you won't need it. Thank you again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table and you're escorted back. She wants to do some kind of spell to drain the life force of the people in the town, so that way she can de-age. Okay, it looks like there's some pictures over here on the wall. I'm wondering if this is Sybil and her husband and Kanika and Miles. And then this maybe is the husband. Or was the husband, you know. T is life. O is life. And remember, be careful who you put your trust in. According to your T, the cat is getting ready to pounce. And merely being ready for it might not be enough. Oh my god. And she's like, and I'm the cat bitch. Sybil closes the door to the tea room. The bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general store. Okay, I'm going to do a little save. Let's talk to Miles. Is your mom a witch? Go surreal, just thought you should know. You see any weird rocks around town? Nah, I'm done hanging around rocks after that whole thing in the mine. Go surreal, just thought you should know. Yeah, I know, I have YouTube. Is your mom a witch? Yeah, she's way too obvious about it if you ask me. It's pretty cool though. So, Kanika has a cold, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Why? Do you like my sister or something? I mean, I don't like her. I'm just worried about her. Wait, okay, what if the mom is a witch and she maybe kind of wants to protect her daughter? And so she's like, I'm going to make her sick. So then the stranger goes and uncovers these things, but my daughter won't be like caught up in it. You shouldn't be. I'm old now, older. Thanks for not bringing it up. Don't beat yourself up over it. Silver's a good look on you. Thank you, Miles. Okay, I'm going to go check in on Kanika. You're not going anywhere before checking in on Kanika. You make your way upstairs. You knock on the door. Mom, I really don't need any more tea. I think I'm just going to lie down for a while. I'm not your mom. Oh, Charles, what's up? Can I come in? Yeah, let me just straighten up. You hear frantic, oh. Maybe I didn't want to go into her room. Okay, come on in. Kanika's room is the sort of place that's stuck between the past and present. Faded stickers from her childhood line her bookshelf, and boxes of packed belongings sit in the corners of the room. I don't usually have people over. Don't judge me too harshly for the state of the place. You don't have to be nervous about me seeing your room. There's no better way to get a sense of... There's no better way to get a sense of someone who really is. And what sense do you get of me? It's hard to put into words, but it's good. Well, good is good. It's better than bad, and I was expecting bad. Are you packing for something? Emotion. That's all my stuff from college. I just never really unpacked. It seemed like a waste to unload everything. It's not like I'll be staying here long term, so I just have to pack up again eventually. I guess I did move back in over a year ago, so these boxes have just been sitting here unopened for a long time. But any day now, I'll load them back into the van and get out of town. Any day now. I'm going to investigate the clinic. You should come with me. I don't want to like force her to do anything if she's under the weather, but there's no other option to like leave her behind. I was hoping to be able to check in with Reese sometime today. I want to ask if he knows anything about Stella and, you know, make sure he's okay after what happened at dinner. Yeah, screw this. Why did I even listen to my mom in the first place? I don't need to sit around in my room just because she said to. The two of you make your way back out into the hallway, but before you make it to the stairs, a light turns on, startling both of you. I thought you were going to get some rest, Kanika. You should really get back to bed, or this cold of yours will only get worse. But I still have a lot of energy. I don't feel like sitting around. I don't think I need to. Of course you do. I know you best, and you just haven't been yourself these past few days. All this running around has been a detriment to your health. Miles and I want to see you healthy. You hold this family together. That's not... Oh my god. You shouldn't get between a mother and her daughter. Sybil knows what's best here, and Kanika is more than capable of speaking for herself. She's clearly been pushed to her limits. She can't keep up with you. You need to let her rest. I'm sorry, Mom. I know I've been neglecting the general store, and I let Miles run off the other day. That was so irresponsible of me. That's all right, Kanika. He could have gotten hurt, but he didn't, and it seems like you learned a valuable lesson from the experience. Yeah, don't have teenagers. Now let's get you to bed. You just need another day to recover, then you can get back to all this town mystery business. Charles, you'll be fine without her until tomorrow. My mom is right, Charles. You go on without me. See you later, okay? Before you can utter another word, Kanika returns to her room. Sybil's eyes carefully watch you as you leave and make your way back to Main Street alone. She's evil, right? You make your way up the familiar hill, past the rows of ragged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. It isn't long before you find yourself outside of Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find a way in. Even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. There's a ditchling, there's a ditchling, there's a raccoon, there's a ditchling, there's maybe a ditchling, or Wayne. Ditchlings everywhere. What if she's not even the real... Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. What if she's not even the real Sybil? Good point. Good question. It's like a magnet has been fixed to your ribcage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. You can see the hill Sybil was talking about, wrapped around the back of the old hospital like a stone blanket. It should take you directly up to the second floor and the unlocked doors of the terrace. Hot. Get to the terrace? I'm going to do the hot option. You scan the parts of the building around the terrace and zero in on a drain pipe. Bingo! It's been a while since you've done this and you're a little rusty, but it doesn't take much effort before you're there, thank goodness. You try the door. It's unlocked. It's always unlocked. The upstairs of the clinic feels like a decommissioned museum. Old furniture is covered in plain white sheets and a thick layer of dust coats the floor. This place hasn't seen any use in years. You're in the clinic, free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. You can feel that odd sensation again. The nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. You've been caught by its gravity, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around a corner and towards a dark doorway under the stairs. It's been left ajar, as if inviting you to enter. Turn on the lights. The lights click on. You're in the morgue? Charles? Oh my god, I thought Reese was dead. He squints, seemingly unsure whether you're the same person he met yesterday. What are you doing in the morgue? Vampire. You haven't seen Stella around, have you? She's been missing since last night. Oh, I have to ask. Okay, I have to ask, are you human? I haven't. Did you think you'd find her in the morgue? His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. Follow the pull. You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, are you okay? You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder, and for a moment, the thing on the other side of the blank white wall loosens its pull on you. You kind of looked possessed for a second there. You good? Make him understand. Okay, we're going to pause it here because the ad's going to start. And yeah, what if Reese is a vampire? Are you even human? Okay, BRB. Alright, welcome back. Let's, I guess we're gonna make Reese understand. Make him understand. Oh. Why wall? Need see thing, but wall stand in way. There's a stone carving on the other side of the wall and I need to see it. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the dock out of our hair. Should take 2 seconds. Why use axe when I have arms? Why not just break wall with fist? Why are we talking like a caveman? I'm not an expert, but I'm guessing it would be more efficient for you to use those big arms to wield an axe instead of tearing into the wall like some kind of wild animal, though that would be super cool to see. Be right back. He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. You hear his soft voice filtering in through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother. Hey, Mom. He coughs gently. Reese, I didn't know you were awake. Why use many words when few words do trick? You know what? You're so right. Why use vowels? I still feel like shit, but I think I can finally try to keep some juice down. It looks like we're all out, though. Really? I thought I just picked some up. I've got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice and some ginger ale, too. That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy. It's no problem. It doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone. Just lie in bed until I get back. Thanks, Mom. I'll take it easy. You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. It worked! The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in its place. Okay, but then how are we going to explain to her why there's a hole in the morgue? Come on up. We don't have long until she's back. As you step out of the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. That's a question for future you, right? It's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious wherever it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first. You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office. I don't see an axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medical supply. But something on the desk catches your eye, some sort of records with your family's name on them. I gotta read the files. Find something interesting? They're your family's death certificates. Enoch's death certificate. Cause of death, fall from cliff, hot and powerful build, 69. Not nice. This one has a coroner's report attached. Organ sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Whoa, an actual autopsy report. Looks ancient. Orleans, sleep apnea, discovered by her daughter, Tabitha Chrysanthemum Scarlet. No autopsy performed. Tabitha's middle name is Chrysanthemum? Wonder who cursed her with that mouthful. I feel like that was forbidden knowledge. Edwardines. Aged 89, cause of death, heart failure. Signed by her granddaughter, Pearl Ann Scarlet. Pretty normal, almost made it to 90, died of a normal old person illness. Theodore Scarlet, born May 24, 1890, died 1918. Cause of death, crushed in mine collapse, body not recovered, signed by his brother Enoch Scarlet. Joseph Scarlet, Louis Scarlet, both killed at Normandy in the line of duty. These men must have been Edwardine's brothers. Certificate of fetal death, infant boy, Andrew Charles Scarlet, delivered April 3rd, 1945, stillbirth. Mother Edwardine Scarlet. So that was the child of Charles Shaw Jr., I think. Cause of death, complications during birth, no doctor present, home burial. Alexandra Scarlet. Missing, presumed dead, signed by Mother Edwardine Scarlet. Alexandra, the owner of the doll, so she went missing. Mary Bell Scarlet, age 17. Cause of death, complications during childbirth, signed by her mother Edwardine Scarlet. Wow, that's a lot of kids to outlive. Reese's eyes flick up to the doorway, and a second later you hear the sound of the front door handle being turned. His hand is on your shoulder before you even register what's happening, and you're pushed back and out of view of the front door. Shit, I'm not supposed to be in here. We gotta hide. He hurries to the closet door, motioning you inside. You slip past him and squish yourself into what little space is available in the nearly full closet. Reese is close on your heels. Let him in. Together, you listen as the doctor makes her way to some room deeper into the clinic. In the silence of the tiny closet, every breath seems too loud, as if you could expect Dr. Kelly to hear it from wherever she was across the house. Okay, so even if we had found the axe, I doubt we would have had time to rip the wall open. You'd better wait a second, just in case. The two of you stand in tense silence, both crammed into the suffocating closet, taking shallow breaths as if she could hear you breathing from the other side of the building. I'll be back. I need to get ready for dance practice. Okay, Mishi. I hope that your dance practice prep goes well. With the footsteps soon return, Dr. Kelly makes her way back towards your hiding place, creaking floorboards broadcasting her location all the way to the hallway just outside your hiding spot. The footsteps return, they get louder, approaching the office door, and then they stop. Much to your relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. We're in the clear. Hey, cool, how are you doing? Welcome on in. We've probably only got a minute or two until she comes back, so let's make it count. The medical supply room is probably our best bet. If any other room in the clinic is likely to have a fire axe, it's probably the room full of chemicals. This way. He motions you down a hallway, slipping through the slightly ajar door of what you assume to be the supply room. Yes, there it is. Keys. Here we go. He rushes over to the cabinet that contains a bright red axe, pulling the glass door open. Your axe? Now we can. Reese pauses, turning to listen intently. That was the door from the house. Come on, if we hurry, we can get you back downstairs. Why he got the dogs out? That's a great question. Yeah, I feel like with as sickly as he is, he should be in like those really fuzzy warm socks that have like the rubber grippies on the bottom for traction. I don't know why the dogs are out. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good here, taking a break from alien isolation before I have a heart attack. Well, I completely feel that on the heart attack. My brother got that game for me and I played it for a bit and I was like, this is too much. I'm done. But yeah, I'm glad you're taking some breaks. I don't know if I told y'all, but Nate's sister and her husband got me some of the grippy socks as a Christmas present. I think on the like it says I'm a gamer. They're super cute. Ivy, how are you doing? I am wearing slipper socks right now. I'm just wearing my indoor house slides, my fashion sandals, if you will. I feel like it's been too warm for socks or my house shoes, but I do put on socks for like putting on my workout shoes and stuff. I'll run interference. Go downstairs quick. You can hear her approaching now, floorboards creaking in the hallway on the other side of the office. You follow Reese's instruction, once again starting down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I was right, we did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge, but there's no harm in having extra. What are you doing in the clinic? I thought I told you to go rest. Oh, I'm just gonna chill in the morgue. I got my speakers, so if you hear some weird sounds, that's just my music. Okay, I feel like Reese is chilling in the morgue to get like inspiration for his artwork. And then he's like running interference by saying he's got the speaker set up. So if you hear somebody hacking into the wall, you didn't. It's my music. Shelby, drink your juice. Hi, Proto. How are you doing? You know, I've actually never seen that movie. My toes often turn blue from cold, so I have thick socks laying everywhere to just throw on, or for Fiona to play with. Honestly, same. Like, I know of it, and I feel like I will eventually watch it. I just have not watched, like, sat down to watch it yet. I'm just having din-dins. Wait, what are you having for din-dins? Proto, this game is so good. I don't know. I feel like you are more not into reading. But the choices in this game, I flirted with this hot guy and we're romancing him now. But this game, I love this game. I know, and it breaks my heart. We need to watch it together. Okay, Steffi, I'm going to see if I can find it, and maybe we can do look for Steel Magnolias and plan watch party with Steffi. It's like, maybe we could watch it on Discord, and anybody else that wants to watch Steel Magnolias can watch it with us. Because that's the feel-good movie. I made Trader Joe's okonomiyaki, and I'm going to have eggs and rice. I haven't decided yet if I want to make egg fried rice. Ooh, that sounds really good. You do like reading. Okay, this game, you pick 2 traits at the beginning of the game, and then there's dialogue, and like what you choose shapes the story. There are only 4 episodes out. There's supposed to be 7 total. But I feel like there's so much, like if you wanted to replay what you've done with different choices and different traits. Like there's a trait where you can talk to animals. I don't have that one. But I highly, highly recommend this game. My favorite line, don't have nothing nice to say, come sit by me. V, I'm doing really well. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. I got a little bit of a sunburn today. We went out for a long walk, and it was cloudy, and I was like, we're going to be in the trees, and I usually always still put sunscreen on, but I did not today, and so I've been like, why do I feel so toasty? I choose Pikachu, but is it the cunty Pikachu with the lashes and the lips? That sounds very Baldur's Gate 3. I still have not played Baldur's Gate 3 yet either, but yes. I think maybe Baldur's Gate 3, but there's no combat in this game. There's not really much exploration, but it's mostly like text. Like, do you want to explore this like dialogue? And yeah. I think you would love Stanley's Parable. That company just released another game that was on my wish list. And it just came out. I'm trying to remember, or it's on sale. But yes, I've heard good things about Stanley Parable. I love a good visual novel now and then. I also have Deathmark, Spirit Hunter. I know we've talked about it, Pinka Dot. And I was like, maybe that would be, I think I do definitely want to stream that one, but I'm thinking maybe once I finish this one, a break from more of like the visual novel. I'm really thinking Remother Tormented Souls. Since it's more of like a stealth-based and psychological horror. Ace Attorney was actually one of my early stream games I need to finish though. I've never played any of the Ace Attorney games. I've heard good things about them and I've watched bits and pieces of it. Stanley Parable influenced Severance. Oh yeah, I have a newer game by them and I did really like Stanley Parable. Love, love, love Ace Attorney. Well, do you remember which game you have that's by them? Because I bet it's the one that I was looking. It was like a completely different genre, or I thought it was anyway. I think you would like them. The stories are fun and there's a bit of problem solving to them. I do love to solve some problems. Not in real life. Can't be bothered with that. Okay, let's see if we can chop down this wall. I'll be sure to put in earplugs to drown out all that industrial clanging you listen to. You know I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now. Like that detective game you streamed. It's like all I could think of was DP, Deadly Premonition. But yes. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Tear down this wall. Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. You hear the door close and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent lit room below. Hey. Hey. Explorer, you listen to music that sounds like a wall being broken down? I should warn you that something spooky might happen when we break down that wall. Reese smiles. Good. Feel like I've been missing out lately. Stop asking questions. It's time to see what's on the other side of that wall. I'm always in earshot of DP. I was just talking about DP last night with Cathedral again, because they asked when was the last time I played Deadly Premonition, and I was like, the night that you met me, actually.
Slay.
I don't go back and play like little bits and pieces of it. But I'm like, maybe I should finally get it on PC. Coffee Man, hello. Thank you for the slay. We're slaying. Okay, let's do this. Have at it. You approach the far end of the morgue, axe practically singing through the air as you strike the wall. It's like cutting through butter. Legs like butter. You were right, you could have torn through it with your bare hands. You stagger back from the massive hole in the wall and admire your effort. Holy shit. The splintered edge frames a dark passage, seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already frigid morgue. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back there. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthly mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward, and you climb into the hole. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall. His voice sounds distant. Your sole focus is finding it. Your feet move without prompting, and you stumble down the hallway towards the far wall, barely registering the antique clutter as you stagger past it. Yeah, there's like a radiator. There's a wheelchair. Maybe a bed. Whoa, are you okay? You don't respond, and you don't bother to retrieve the axe. The wall is rotten, water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of unknowable years, the planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. Oh god. Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. Oh, this person is ripped, and they've got the nipple out. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I going to do? Calm down, Teddy. These doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research, and I found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise. I went to talk to the witch. Witch? But that's nonsense. It's alright. It's all sorted. We're taking you home today and everything will be resolved by this time next week. Oh, so they made a bargain with the witch. Everything goes black. Your vision swims back into focus and it takes a solid second or two to reorient yourself. Twiggle, thank you for the upload. I'll get that added post-stream. I can't think of the title for the game for some reason here. Let me look it up real quick. Not doing your own research? Don't we all do our own research? Good night, Steffi. Sweet dreams. Have a wonderful, wonderful Monday. I hope your Monday is as wonderful as you are. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese put us in the bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. It looks like Hellraiser here on the wall. Hey, I was worried you'd slipped into a coma or something. I don't know, when someone says they did their own research, I just think of anti-vax. Oh. Hopefully not. It's just a witch. Wander stop. Cool, thank you so much. That's what it was. Yes, that's on my wish list, and apparently it's on sale. It was Wander stop. Yep, that was it. You tore down a wall like a wild animal, found some weird carving, and collapsed. I think you might have had some kind of seizure. Are you okay? Wait, nothing spooky happened? The mountain didn't collapse on us? No ghosts? No, nothing. You just fell down, twitched a little, and when you seemed stable, I carried you back here. That was a few hours ago. You carried me through a hole in the wall and up and down a bunch of stairs? What? It wasn't super far or anything. I just picked you up and carried you. I might be sick a lot, but that doesn't mean I'm made of paper. I can still do things normal people can do. Normal people can't pick me up like I'm a child. You must be really strong. Vampire. Vampire. That's like powerlifter shit, though. Really? Thanks. I guess I don't have much of a frame of reference for what normal people can do. Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? I played a bit of it and it's fun so far. It looks really cute. I was like, it feels like a completely different game from what I think of Stanley Parable. No, I snuck you back into the house while she was busy in the medical storage room. Figured you wouldn't want to come to in the morgue. I had a vision. Like a hallucination? I have those sometimes too. Used to have them a lot as a teen. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. I think the carvings are trying to warn me about something. My family has dark secrets. An old family like yours, I believe it. Hopefully that's all ancient history, though. Yeah, it's really different, but also has that same kind of dry meta humor to it as well. Hopefully I'll get through my backlog. I say that laughingly. And be able to play them someday. So what now? We might be stuck down here for a little bit. The doc is on the warpath up there. I refuse to take my medicine and she's not happy about it. There was no way I was going to take anything she gave me. She's been poisoning me for years. I've been thinking about what you said at dinner last night and I don't see any other possibility. It's only been a day since I've stopped taking my pills and I feel great. Hopefully me too. Yeah. Listen. And then part of me was like, if I didn't have a job and I did play games all the time, I would probably get bored with that. Maybe for like a couple months it would be fun. That's what I'm trying to do right now, to be honest, playing through a lot of my unfinished games. I feel like streaming games has definitely made me finish games. But obviously streaming games, you're taking a bit longer to get through them, which there's no rush. Like I don't need to be efficient, but I also play a game off stream as well. I went ahead and blocked my door so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out. I don't get why your mom would poison you though. I don't know. The thing I can't figure out is whether she's been trying to kill me slowly or if she just likes keeping me sick enough to be dependent on her. Either way, I don't think I ever had an illness. I think the illness was me growing up and becoming less easy to control. She sure found a cure for that. No matter what, we should get you out of this basement soon. Where would we go? The only person I know who has a car is Kanika, and she's not answering her phone. I don't know anyone else. I don't have any other family to go to. I never even finished high school. When I get out of this house, I don't know how I can make sure I don't wind up right back down here. We can figure it out together, one step at a time. Let's just start by waiting out your mom and getting out of here. Let's do that. I don't want to be like, you can come live with me. You shouldn't call her my mom. As far as I'm concerned, she's forfeited that title. I don't even think I should call her doctor. She's just some woman now. Can't wait for her to be in the rearview mirror of the rest of my life. We'll see if we can wait her out. If she doesn't fall asleep by 10, we can figure something else out. These windows are supposedly shatterproof, which she always said was for burglars. Now I assume it was yet another way to keep me boxed in. I was gonna say, there's windows down here because he saw the ditchlings in the windows. but we can try to break them anyway. A distraction seems like a good idea. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery. Maybe it's the lack of poison in my system for the first time in years, or the fact that my whole perception of reality has been turned on its head. Probably a combo. It doesn't feel awful, to be honest. I believe you owe me a showing of Shino-Chi Deathblood. I believe I do. We're gonna watch a movie. Reese gets the movie set up and joins you on the bed. Let me know if it gets to be too much for you. I'm not a great judge of how other people will react to the sort of things I watch, but I definitely don't want you to feel uncomfortable. This is a slow burn of a movie, but the dread it's managing to build is palpable in the room. Or maybe that's just how it feels down here all the time. What with the grisly paintings, lack of lighting, cinder block walls, and of course, the fact that the woman currently lurking upstairs had been poisoning her son since his teens. Okay, but do we know what the poison is? Can we not go to some kind of can we not, I don't know. I've seen a couple of this director's other films and they're all interesting, though this is probably the best introduction to his work. The way it jump cuts to seemingly unrelated TV show recordings that then wind up tying back into the narrative adds a level of realism and depth to the world that I find really engrossing. It's found footage used to its fullest. I can't believe I'll be able to just do things from here on out. Like watch movies with another person. Okay, do you have fangs? Hi, Jelly. Thank you for tooting it up. Or talk to people, ever. You can hear the difference in energy now that Reese hasn't had his daily dose of medicine. He's uncharacteristically chatty, clearly not used to talking to another person, let alone when he has the energy to carry on a long conversation. I'm glad you'll be able to have a social life, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Reese smiles to himself. It's still hard to imagine, hard to believe after all these years alone, that that's going to be my reality. Hi Jelly, it's nice to see you. How was your weekend? How are you? A man on the screen yells portents of doom into the camera, trailing off into a wordless scream. The plot is really heating up. I love that there are all these distinct sort of vignettes, little pockets of horror that affect a small number of people, and only once you start to see how they fit together can you realize some fundamental horror about the universe. And then it sees you back. Incredible. Cosmic horror in the truest sense. Reese is becoming very animated. It's probably safe to assume that he's dealing with a lot of extra adrenaline right now, while with his entire reality turning out to be— please don't turn into a vampire and bite me. But he's also talking over the movie. I think a movie is too chill for you right now. Maybe we should figure out how to leave. Talking during movies is fine, let him. He's just excited. Yeah, this person's has a whole new lease on life, maybe. I'm good. How's it going, Jelly? It's going well. I'm in the last episode that is released of this game so far, and it's been wild. It's been a wild ride. I'll just let him talk. Sorry if I'm talking a lot. I'm just jittery. It's a little terrifying to think that she's up there right now. There's a knock on the window. Charles, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. That voice, I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around? Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the supposedly shatterproof window. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded.
I may be dead, but I'm still pretty.
I don't know what's going on, Jelly. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. What do you mean? Wayne isn't going to hurt you. He doesn't hurt anyone. Why did he call you that thing? Because he's some kind of monster and he wants me dead. Can't you feel that? The murderous intent is practically oozing out of him. But I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cower in fear from the people who want to hurt me. I can protect both of us. He's a vampire. He's got it. The window shatters. Oh my god. As Reese tears at his clothes, Paint bubbles out from the canvases, his ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls. Grab my hand, I'll pull you out. Leave us alone. In a surge of violence, the change that has been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off and Wayne along with it. Are we gonna die? I'm just kind of shocked. Not a vamp. Get out of here. Stay where you are. We aren't safe, but I feel strong now. I think I can save us. Stay here. I'll be right back. I just have to deal with the doc. Is he gonna kill the mom or the doctor? Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with his creations. You're not sure who to help. Best to follow Reese and see how things play out. Okay, I'm just gonna do another save. I'm... Call Tabitha for help. You think it's he's the Jersey Devil? I'm gonna go up there with Reese. I'm gonna follow Reese. You make your way to the door that beckoned to you yesterday, all intrigue now washed away. You knew where it leads, and you know what secrets the stone that lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. Now the clinic holds a new horror. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading from the house proper into the doctor's office, there is a monster preparing to do something unthinkable. You grasp the handle and turn. Duck! Roll out. I'm gonna roll out of the way. You're quick to follow her command, your body falling forward and rolling gracefully out of harm's way. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud. There's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. She tranquilized. You turn to see a dart embedded in Reese's chest. Whack. He pulls the tranquilizer dart out from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system. You're going to have to try harder than that, you bit. No, how did you? As if you could hope to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh. Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out between cracks in the wood, Reese's panic pulling in a mob of furious creatures to hold his enemy in place. The artist darts away, but his creations continue their work in his absence. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway as Wayne is overcome, glued in place at the top of the stairs by stiffening globs of paint. Okay, we're gonna run to the morgue and grab the axe. You need to arm yourself. The axe is still lying on the floor where you and Reese left it. You pick it up. A feeling of safety settles in your chest as you grip the wooden handle. I am clutching my pearls. At least if you have to fight, you're prepared. Hey. Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out of some unseen speaker. You, Charles. I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but you can help the both of us. What the hell is your son, ma'am? I wish I knew. He was fine until he hit puberty. Everyone said raising a teen was going to be a bitch, but they don't know the half of it. I need you to get to the medical storage room. I'll give you further instructions when you're there. Axe in hand, you rush up the stairs from the morgue. I'm here. Great, now listen to me. I need you to use the black taped key to get into the cabinet and bring me the elephant tranquilizers. Okay, I feel like this is important. I should write black. Cabin. Elephant. Also, what am I writing on? Oh, it's my eye prescription. It's like, what is this piece of paper? It's a bottle labeled carfentanil. Bear tranquilizers clearly aren't going to cut it anymore. An intercom system, huh, Doc? Good, you should hear this. Charles, you don't have to do anything she says. I'm not going to hurt anybody else, just her. If I don't, you and I both know she's just going to shoot me full of elephant tranquilizers. Did I hear that right? and shove me back down in the basement or maybe someplace even worse and keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. I feel amazing right now, better than I've ever felt in my life. I'm not dangerous, she's just scared because she knows she has to finally pay for what she's taken from me. I'm not going to let you kill someone, Reese. I don't know, he's probably going to attack me now. Why not? She wasn't afraid I might die. Does she know those tranquilizers aren't going to kill me? Does she care? Trust me, Reese. I've always been careful with your medication. I want you to live. I love you. Tell yourself whatever lies you have to. But, Mom, if you wanted a good relationship, you had your chance and you decided to convince me I was dying instead of just letting me exist. Don't try to spin it like some kind of crime of passion now that the consequences are staring you in the face. Enough. Reese cries out in pain. Ah, what the hell did you do to my shoulder? I'll handle it. Try to get somewhere safe until then. The two stagger off down the hallway. Quick, grab the tranquilizers and head to the safe room. Oh my god, okay. Okay, I'm just gonna make another save. Because with my powerful build, I can help. Like, I have no idea who to trust. So we're gonna grab the tranquilizers. I don't know, does it, this is what I want to do. But I feel like this is like the standard story thing. This is twisted. Yeah, this is twisted. They say don't get it twisted. Well, it got twisted. Twisted and a half. When has the doing the standard story thing stopped you before? I just, like, I don't want to, like, anybody because I don't know who to trust. So I'm going to head for the safe room. You make your way out of the medical storage room. Wait, what if she tranquilizes me? As you approach, Dr. Kelly heaves open the door, slowly breaking apart the massive paint, sealing it shut. Hurry, I don't think I can keep it open for long. You slip past her into the safe room. She shuts the door quickly, though one of the little smears manages to slip past her. She stomps on it, painted viscera splatters across the cement floor. It sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. You probably have a few minutes before he gets here. Hi, Cyberfox. How are you doing? How's your evening? How was your weekend? I am fighting for my life, not knowing which choices to make, but I feel like that's par for the course in these, you know, story-based games. Cool. Love when stuff doesn't work. Okay. What's the game plan? Both short term. While we're at it, any other secrets you're keeping? Maybe if we both survive, I might decide to share a few more if you don't go tattling to anybody. Let's talk Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead, I have nothing left to hide. How did he not know what he was? What is he? At first I thought he was some kind of werewolf. But if he is, he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do shit to him. And you've seen what he looks like. It's just weird. I almost wish I could examine him while he's fully transformed. I'd be fascinated to know what happens to him or how his body does it. But he seems pretty hellbent on ripping my throat out, so I guess it'll just have to remain a mystery. Was his dad similar? A strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. I wish I knew. Reese just kind of happened. I wasn't seeing anyone, I just woke up pregnant one day. I know how impossible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. Wait, so she's got like the Immaculate Conception? I just woke up pregnant one day. I kept having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They were actually kind of sweet, but they were just dream. Okay, so some kind of creature he's the child of an incubus, is that right? But then all of a sudden my period stopped, I got morning sickness, and roughly 9 months later, Reese. When did you find out? A little after he hit puberty. He had all the usual changes, then a few extra. Thickened nails, sharp teeth, elfish ears. I figured he might have some kind of genetic disorder, had him checked out at a few specialists, but there was nothing obviously wrong with him. Then we had an argument, and he changed right in front of me. It was nothing like what he is now, just a couple inches and some facial abnormalities, enough to be noticeable. I was scared, he could see that, and he stopped. I thought it was a one-off or maybe a hallucination. But the second time, it wasn't as subtle and it didn't go away as easy. That's when I knew for sure that this was something beyond my realm of expertise. How did he not know what he was? I've been medicating him since he was 12. We've only had 3 incidents like this before, maybe 4, depending on what counts. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand at first that he looks different, and I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages, so he rarely ever does. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now, there's only so much I can do to control him. The relationship between you seems so difficult. Yeah, you could say that. He was such a cute kid. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready, but he made me love being a mom. It's not like it was going to be sunshine and roses forever, no matter what. Kids grow up and they change, sometimes for the worst. This is part of being a mom too, doing what you can to make sure the child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. How do you know he's dangerous? Well, he wants to murder me, so that's clue number 1. It's not like he's usually a violent kid. He's mostly just sad. But every now and then we butt heads, and that's usually when this side of him comes out. Imagine if this happens anytime he gets frustrated with anyone. Imagine he gets road rage one day, turns into a 12-foot tall monster with a million teeth, and rips somebody apart in the middle of a metropolitan area. Yeah, he's dangerous. He's been kind to me. I can fix him. Yak. I can fix him. They really put that line in there. I can fix. I'll fix your son. Wiggle, thank you so much for this 3. Oh my god, I just realized it is 12:30 in the morning. But I can't stop now. This is like when you're reading a book and it's too good. Can't stop now. He's been kind to me. Yeah, and Ted Bundy was kind to people he picked up off the side of the road, then he slaughtered them. He's a really sweet kid most of the time, but I can't let that overshadow the violence he's capable of. What is this room? Old x-ray room, lead walls. After I realized this whole situation was a possibility, I had the door reinforced with special remote controlled locks, glad it could finally come in handy. What's the game plan, both short and long term? Well, I pump him full of elephant tranquilizers, then I lock him in here. Then I somehow convince him to see things from my perspective. Then we all live happily ever after. Has that worked before? There has to be some other way. It's just going to make him feel trapped. It sure is, especially since I'll have to isolate him even more now that he knows what's going on. He is going to hate me. You gotta work with what you've been given, and what I've been given is an ethical dilemma where I either let my son kill me, freeing him to go out and kill others, or imprison him for the rest of his life and force feed him poison to keep him controllable. Or the third option, kill him. I've decided which outcome I can live with. You and Dr. Kelly sit in silence and wait for her son to make his way to you. The sound of distant breaking glass cuts through the silence of the clinic outside the safe room. Shit, this might be game time. Get those tranks ready. We have to get this door open before he crosses the hallway. Dr. Kelly opens the door. The two of you stare out into the hallway. Oh. Oh. Is this what you were so afraid of? Hand over the tranquilizers. This is our shot. Hold on. I have a hot option. I can tame the beast. So, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm just gonna do a little spritz of cologne. Spray like a little minty mouthwash in. Tame the beast. That is wild. This is stressful. Yeah, it's all this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna tame the beast. I did a little save so we can see what happens. You step forward and drop your axe. Place a calming hand on his face. Someone has to stop the cycle of violence. Let it be you. Is that my ex? Cyberfox, did you date somebody who transformed into a Jersey Devil? Did you date the Jersey Devil? Hi, Henny. How you doing? She's only doing this to protect herself. Okay, I'm going to place a calming hand on his face. I'm going to be Belle from Beauty and the Beast, and I'm going to say, I'm going to do this. What if he eats me? It's fine. You take another step forward. Do you have a death wish? Get back. Reese has stopped in the middle of the hallway, staring down at you. A hint of fear in his eyes, like a raging elephant staring down at an approaching mouse. You slowly lift your hand to his face. He shudders as you touch his long maw, the skin elastic and constantly shifting as the bone beneath expands and contracts unnaturally. What are you doing? So many hotties up in here. I know, so many. I'm hashtag blessed to have so many hotties up in here. You gently drop your hand, your eyes meeting his in a moment of understanding beyond the need or usefulness of words. Sir Kai, I've been clutching my pearls like for the last hour. He takes a step back, and then he's gone. You can hear his thudding footsteps receding down the hall, then the sound of the front door. I got an achievement. Tame the beast. I have calmed a tense situation. Sunday Slay, exactly. Hottie Squad. How the hell did you manage that? Dr. Kelly, when you're hot, you just have it, okay? Like, I know you don't understand, even though some kind of demon fell in love with you. Or I guess they fell in lust. People are nice to me. How did you manage? People are nice to me? I don't know. We have a bond. Either you got it or you don't, ma'am. If you've got it, flaunt it. I didn't care if he ate me. I think that threw him off. We have a bond. You met him yesterday, but I can't deny what just happened. You managed to get him to back down. Still, I doubt the rest of the town is going to be able to do the same. Well, let's go find Dr. Kelly. Carefully makes her way to the entrance of the clinic, checking around corners, and you follow close behind. He's long gone. The door to the clinic hangs open, the night beyond seemingly empty. I should go after him. He's all keyed up. If I don't do something, he might go after somebody else. Don't, or I'll have to stop you? I don't think he'll give you a second chance. You don't have to worry about... Let him leave the nest. It's about time he figured out his way in the world. Let it go, Doc. Give him a chance to be... I'm going to say that. Oh my god, this has been... Like, all of these episodes have been good, but tonight's I'm just like... I can't take all this. I can't... And I thought... Last week's episode with the ghost thing, I thought that was too much. Like, this is... I'm over the edge. I'm going to say give him a chance to be free. Give him a chance to be free. I shudder to think what that means for someone like him. She sighs, but it's dark. He has better night vision than me. Going after him now would probably just end poorly. Hope you knew what you were doing. Well, if I'm being honest with myself, it's been a long time coming. I couldn't keep this up forever. Something was bound to break eventually, and I suppose I should be grateful it didn't end with any of us dead. Yet. Dr. Kelly glances around the clinic, streaked with paint from Reese's minions. He could have made less of a mess of the place, though. True. I've got to get to cleaning. I'd appreciate it if you got the hell out of my house now. Oh yeah, she's like, what are you even doing here? You do as the doctor says, walking out the open door into the cool night, and then Reese jumps up and eats me. The night is oddly warm compared to the chill of the day, crickets singing quietly in the sleepy little neighborhood. Everything that happened in the clinic feels almost like a dream, and now that it's over, you realize how little it meshes with your understanding of the world. Go home. It's time to go home. You don't get far before you're interrupted by the jingling of dog tags. Gretchen! Gretchen appears at the edge of the road, running as fast as her geriatric pug legs can carry her. Gretchen seems distressed. She whines as she stares up at you from the ground, eyes desperate, anxiously jumping back and forth and darting away when you try to lean down to her. Little baby? What's that girl Stella stuck in the well? Follow her. She darts away when you try to lean down to her, so I don't think patting her... I'm gonna follow her. Oh my god, what if Reese has eaten Stella? You follow Gretchen. She nervously runs ahead of you the whole time, constantly looking back to make sure you're still there as she leads you into the dark woods. Before long, the trees thin and you find yourself on a steep hill by a 2-lane road lined on one side by sheer rock. And there, sitting on a log, staring mournfully out at the asphalt, is Stella. Gretchen runs up to her and sits in Stella's lap. Gretchen, you're back. Don't scare me like that again. You sit on the log beside her. Charles? That ghost really did a number on you. Do I look that bad? I thought I was kind of distinguished. You look extremely distinguished. I was just surprised is all. Please just talk to me. I'm begging you. Oh, I bet this is where her parents died in the car accident. I bet this is it. Please just talk to me. I'm begging you. I guess we're kind of like intruding upon her. Look at Gretchen. Look at that sweet baby face. I'm just gonna say, please just talk to me. I'm old now. Stella faces you for a moment, desperate eyes trying to force out words a part of her thought she would never have to say out loud. And then she turns back to the road. This is where the accident happened. My parents died on this bend in the road. They were taking me to college. I was lying in the back seat. It had just rained and the sun was finally coming out. Oh no. Okay, I snoozed the ad. Oh shit. Okay, so good thing she was lying down. It looks like her parents probably got... Ed's gone. Sorry, I know that's probably a bummer to talk about. It was awful. Really messed me up for a while. I think I'm still messed up. There's whole years of my life after the accident that feel like they just never happened. Like every time I try and remember them, it's blank. That is traumatic, yeah. I have all these videos sitting on my channel that I don't even remember filming. It's scary. At least it hasn't been like that for a while, thank God. I've never talked about this stuff before, with anyone. Stella, I'm so sorry. I knew about the crash. I should have put it together. Thanks for letting me in. Thanks for being patient with me. The two of you stare out at the road. I think the accident is probably why I got into ghost hunting. I think I just wanted to see them again. I wanted to know whether I even could. I never found anything, so I eventually gave up. Then last night happened. And I ran out here to see if maybe it would happen with them too. Even if it meant seeing the crash again or seeing them all messed up and dead. I just wanted to see them again. It's been a whole day. I don't think they're coming. We could always wait a little longer. I can wait here with you. You both stare out at the quiet mountain road. Gretchen pants lazily in Stella's lap. Nothing happens. Nothing continues to happen for a few long minutes. I think I'm ready to throw in the towel. It's not like I would want to see them like that anyway. I guess I came out here hoping I might get a chance to say goodbye or something like that, since I didn't get a chance when they were alive. Just because they weren't there, it doesn't mean they don't love you, wherever they are. That's a nice thought. I've thought a lot about what might come after, whether they're somewhere else or if they just stopped existing. I guess we've seen at least some evidence of the afterlife. I hope that means that there's a good version too, where they're still on that long car ride, listening to Dad's tapes with a place in the back seat for me when I eventually catch up to them. And then it won't matter that I never got to say goodbye. Well, that's sad. I'm just gonna remain silent. You let her words hang in the air. You both stare out at the quiet mountain road. Thanks for coming to find me, Charles. I know I must still sound miserable, but I feel lighter. Even though I didn't see what I was hoping to see, I still feel like something ended here tonight. Something that should have ended a long time ago. She straightens up, stretching her neck. Gretchen hops down from her lap, tags jingling in the quiet night air. We should probably head back, right? I haven't slept in a day. She doesn't need to hear about this tonight. Yeah, I'm not gonna give her all the stuff about Reese tonight. She's processing a lot, Mama. You keep the events that transpired at the clinic to yourself, at least for now. I can walk you through the woods so you don't get lost. Then I guess you should probably get back to Tabitha before you give her an aneurysm. And this is me. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Oh my god. She gives you a tired wave before retreating into her house. Hopefully Reese isn't in there to kill her. Time for you to get home too. He appears as if out of nowhere, clothes streaked with what at first looks like blood and gore, but you quickly realize is paint, evidence of his altercation with Reese. I'll walk you. Thanks, I appreciate the company. Shall we? Hi, Tiny. Oh no, hi, I was so confused. Yeah, I am going so late tonight, but I'm almost at the end of this episode, and I had turned raids off because I was like, I'm getting close to ending. This game is so creepy. It's so creepy. It's so good though. Wayne walks just ahead of you in near complete silence. But thank you for the thought though. I appreciate you wanting to raid here and bring your friends. But I was like, I'm not going to be going for much longer. And I feel that like urge to keep going. I've already stayed up later than I normally do. Did you know Reese was like that? Flirt with Wayne. I can flirt with Wayne. Of course, friend, I love bringing my friends here. Even when I'm doing this creepy stuff. Did you know Reese was like that? I knew he was different. How exactly, I wasn't sure, but now I know. I should be able to make quick work of him next time. He's just misunderstood. He's not complex enough to be misunderstood. He's a miserable walking weapon that spends all his time feeling sorry for himself. It would be best for the world if he were put down. We're not going to put him down. Flirt? Yeah, we can flirt with this scary person whose face is shrouded but has glowing eyes. Hi, Fiona. How are you? You know what? I do have an ad starting soon. I feel like in like the spirit of not interrupting the flow of the conversation, like I'm already paused it here, but I think we're just going to take a quick break now, so that way we're not interrupted before the very end. So I'm going to go ahead and pause. I need to go to the bathroom anyway, so welcome in, Fiona. I'll be back in just a few. Alright, welcome back everyone. Fiona, what is your thought? Please share, if you remember. I'm all showered up and ready to go. Today there will be dance practice and talk of concepts for the tour. It should be fun. That sounds very exciting, like adding to the excitement of leaving for this tour. Okay. It would be best if for the world if you were put down. I thought you wanted me to stay at the estate. Aren't you going to lecture me? Miss Ma'am, I'm off to bed, gonna get some beauty sleep. But you don't need the beauty sleep, you're already beautiful. Sweet dreams, I know I need to be going to bed myself, but I'm just in it. I thought you wanted me to stay at the estate, aren't you going to lecture me? You were free to make your own decisions, and those decisions have been made. I know that something pulls at you, and now that it's started, I know that you cannot stop until your task is finished. I'll keep you safe while you do what you must. Why are you following me around? Why not Stella or Kanika or Sybil? Why not Tabitha? So let's talk about one of the funner episodes in Buffy that everyone loves, Xander. Oh, the Bewitched, Bothered, and Bewildered in season 2. Because you're special. Why? Why am I so special? You simply are. Do you not feel the ties that bind us? They are unbreakable. Did we get married to wait? Thanks for looking out for me tonight. Anytime you find yourself in danger, I'll be there for you. I will always be there for you. You don't need to keep coming up with new topics of conversation to fill the silence. You're tired. It's been a long night. You should rest. Wayne remained silent for the rest of the journey back to the estate. I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. You should try to spend some time in that old building before you head to town. Tabitha won't be around, too busy at the mines. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her there to stop you, and you might be surprised at what you find. Until then, sleep well. Hi, Toon. Oh, I was just... Toon, I hooked up... Well, made a date with a hot daddy earlier, and now this creepy person that I could flirt with walked me home. How are you doing, Toon? So, Fiona, what do you want to talk about? The music? I feel like that episode has very memorable music with like the strings and like the frenet, like the anxious sounding strings. Also, SMG was like, I can't be in this episode because I'm filming Saturday Night Live, and so that's why she's like, what happens to her happens to her. Okay, spoilers for Buffy. Sounds like my kind of game. Toon, I think you would enjoy. I feel like anybody who enjoys a good story, Southern Gothic, romance, creepy stuff would enjoy this game. I found it very goofy. It's definitely lighthearted. It really is. The ending too with Drusilla, saving Xander from Angelus, I thought was so interesting. And I think it's like after, I guess it's in Passion, or maybe the episode before, like Buffy's hair has like become a lot blonder. They like definitely bleached it. I'm alright, just emotionally recovering from Expedition 33. I'm a bit into Act 2. Especially when Drusilla did that. Yeah, it's definitely a silly episode, which I think, I don't know, I felt like it felt good after all of the heavy beats that we've gone through, or that you know, and you will continue to go through in season 2. In the episode with the gentleman as a kid scared me. Yeah, my brother was also scared of them. Though the whole, why is everyone in my basement a scavenger hunt? That's weird, but okay, I guess. Yeah, I feel like most of the people in Sunnydale are so quick to just, oh, okay, whatever. A gas leak? Oh, okay, He disappears into the underbrush. Go home. And Fiona, this is your first time watching through Buffy, correct? The estate feels empty, wind howling through its abandoned halls, the very foundations creaking beneath you. Your cousin must have already gone to bed. Go to bed. Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into your room and collapse on the bed. Fiona, I wish I could be a fly on the wall as you watch. or talk with you while you watch it or after you watch it. I don't know how much how much you already knew about the series and the characters and everything, but I'm so excited for you. Season 2, not my favorite season, but I feel like season 2 definitely found its footing. Like the direction it wanted to go in, and then it just continues going in that direction, like building better. The damp smell of the mattress is starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow are finally behind you, at least until the sun inevitably rises once again. You think for a moment about calling Oscar, but you're just too tired to— oh, I'm too tired to— can I text Oscar? Good night. You close your eyes, your exhausted body succumbing to sleep almost immediately. As you drift off, you think of Reese out in the woods somewhere, truly free for the first time in his life, and then you think of nothing. And Reese has probably slaughtered a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, this is the end of episode 4. Episode 5 will release later this year. Follow us on social media. Oh my god. You guys, I don't know how I'm gonna wait. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I want more, obviously. Hi Philip. Very little. I've seen clips of stuff, so I know some things are coming. Okay. Oh, hi. I'm probably catching you at the conclusion of stream, but happy to see you and everyone in chat all the same. Hope stream has been wonderful like you are, runner. Thank you, Phil. It's good to see you. I'm up much later. I usually finish, 12:15ish, but it's like reading a book, or like when you are deep into it, you just don't want to put it down. But I hope that you had a great Sunday. Like Willow goes hella gothic evil. Yep. I'm not going to say any more, Fiona. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but anytime you want to talk about anything that you've seen on Buffy, well, anything else too. But I love talking about Buffy. Applause. Thank you. Right, it's really late, but you seemed engrossed, which is awesome. This game, so good. Highly recommend. Y'all should play this game. Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. It was really interesting watching you play Mischief Makers, because I was like, this game seems a little bit familiar, and then I was like, do I remember seeing this box at like the rental place, and I never rented it? Did I rent this and I couldn't figure out what the game was, and I just took it back early? I was trying to place in my mind, because like when I was like, this is so like familiar but not, Congratulations for finishing all of the episodes currently available in game. You've unlocked Hardcore Mode. Hardcore Mode allows you to select 3 traits at character creation, but you'll no longer be able to use your traits to avoid the consequences of major decisions. This penalty only applies to hardcore runs. Have fun if you dare. One of those games you see, yeah, like definitely. It definitely had like a memorable art piece, like style. If you'd like to continue with this world state in episode 5, please save your— okay, I did save my game. I'll just resave over here. All right, y'all, that's it. Maybe I'll get Slay the Princess, because this game was so good, and Slay the Princess is a full game. Oh my god, I was crashing out Phil style, which I guess means I was still pleasant on the outside, but my inner self was getting PO'd. Oh my god. So I was playing my RPG and watching you, and there was this part where you were like on a little scooter that was like on a track, and there was like water that wiped out parts of it, and I was like, this is so, like, I feel so frustrated for you at that part. There was that part, and then like the boss where you had to like kick the thing and then throw it up into it. I was like, this is like, this game looks cute, but I feel like I would just walk away. Yeah. But you did it with flying colors. But y'all, this is where we're going to stop for the night. Thank you for sticking around with me super late. I really appreciate it. Like I said, cannot recommend this game enough. Real quick, I wanted to say thank you to Brandy so much for the lovely raid. That was super kind of you. Also, Disco Bry, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Miss Spooky. Good night, Tune. I hope that your second week at the new job goes really well. I know it will. I think that is all I wanted to say, but 999. I will be back tomorrow night around 8:30. I always say around 8:30 because I'm usually a little bit late. Around 8:30 Eastern with Resident Evil 4. I'm focusing on Resident Evil 4 this entire week because it is longer than some of the other Resident Evils, and I have the DLC. So I'm just like, I want to get it knocked out because Silent Hill F is coming out in a month, and something else is coming out too that I was like, ooh, I want to do that. So, you know. Good night, Cyberfox. Thanks for hanging out. It was lovely to see you and see everyone. It makes me happy to drop in even for a little bit and catch you. I appreciate that. I mean, all of y'all that I have known for a long time that stream, and you know, people that I'm getting to know. It's always appreciated, but also please never feel like you have to say hello. Love lurking. I lurk a lot. Can't wait for Silent Hill tune. I'm excited as well. I'm very much looking forward to it. But I'm like, what was the other game I was gonna play? Oh well. Good night, Natty. I'll see you in my dreams. But yeah, if y'all can stick around, we are gonna raid out. If you're a follower, you'll grab that top message. It's made with emojis, so you don't need to be a subscriber. If you are a subscriber, grab that second one, and we'll go cheer on somebody else tonight. I'm very excited for Requiem. Super excited for Requiem. I'm also excited for Little Nightmares 3. But no, there's another game that's coming out. No, it's coming out at the beginning of October. And I was surprised. Oh, By Sweet Carol. By Sweet Carol. I posted it in Discord. I'll try not to talk too loud during Silent Hill. Don't want to be out of place there. Right? Well, this one doesn't even look like it takes place in Silent Hill. So you be as loud as you want to be, because I'm going to be probably screaming and saying shit dick and shadaisy and all kinds of stuff. Good night, Pinkadot. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Okay, let me go see who's on. Not that. I didn't. Why do I always click the wrong thing? Them hills ain't Silent. Neen has been going through it in Silent Hill. Well, if you also don't follow Omnom Zombabe, do yourselves a favor and check out my good friend Neen, who is so creative and lovely and wonderful, and also has just been making her way through the Silent Hill 2 remake. So bless her heart, and I mean that like in an actual like bless your heart way, like not in a snotty condescending way, because I felt fucking stressed playing that game. You too, Fiona. You too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's go. Okay, who did I last raid? Okay, I just raided you. Yeah, the Doug theme song lives in my brain, randomly. So there's that, you know. Okay, what's the vibe here? Damn nematodes. Bye, Twiggle. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was just researching where we were going, seeing who was on and what they were doing, looking at my little list, looking at my little listicle. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're gonna raid over to Messy Gamer. All the lists. Hi Dizzy, you're welcome for stream. Yo, we're gonna raid over to our friend Messy, who is playing Final Fantasy VII. This is his first time playing it. Which is really cool. This was my first Final Fantasy, so we'll just go ahead and Messy Bessie. That's someone new to me. I felt like I wasn't sure if y'all knew each other, Super Philip, because I know Twitch circles can, you know, I feel like it's a small world, and that's great. All right, so we'll go cheer Messy on, but yeah, I don't think I've ever raided over to him, so thank you all again so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Have great Mondays. Sleep well when you get there. Take good care of yourselves. Hydrate. You know, all the good stuff. I know you will. And I'll see you back here tomorrow night. Okay, bye, everybody.